Welcome to another wonderful Brenda Maxfield audiobook. We are excited to have you with us. Before we begin the story, please like and subscribe to our channel and share it with friends. This allows us to continue adding free, clean Amish romance audiobooks for you to enjoy. The following title is copyrighted by Brenda Maxfield, Amishromance author. Now, find a comfortable spot, relax, and enjoy the story. Amish Christmas Surprise. Chapter 1. And all thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children. Isaiah 54 verse 13 KJV. Elizabeth Wittner stood at her bedroom window and looked out upon the frozen yard. Even the willow tree was still, its drooping branches coated in ice. Elizabeth shivered and drew back from the glass. She turned and looked at her sister's empty bed. Empty now for 4 months, its quilt was tightly spread across the mattress, not a wrinkle in sight. She sighed heavily. Where had Kathryn gone? Their mother was tight-lipped about it, but the creases of worry on her forehead indicated more than just a pleasure trip. Elizabeth snorted. When did any of her family go for a pleasure trip? Especially in this kind of weather? And even if they had, they wouldn't be gone for 4 months. It was mysterious and disturbing. Elizabeth was well aware of her sister's rebellious attitude and wanton ways. More than once, Elizabeth had tried her best to curb Kathryn's careless attitude toward the teachings of the Ordnung and the ways of their faith. But it was all for nothing. Kathryn did what Kathryn wanted to do, much to the chagrin of her family and the bishop and deacons. When she'd first disappeared, Elizabeth hadn't been overly curious. Sometimes, Kathryn would stay with one of her friends in the district. Once, she'd stayed away for 5 full days. But when a week had passed with no word, she'd become concerned. Is Kathryn with Penny or Tamara? She'd asked her mother as they prepared breakfast one morning. No, came the terse reply. Elizabeth had put the spatula down and faced her mother. Then where is she? Bernice had shrugged and pressed her lips into a tight line. Elizabeth knew better than to press for information, not with that look on her mother's face. After that, she did her best to eavesdrop on her parents. She knew it was wrong, but how else was she to find out where Kathryn was? Even Elizabeth's 3 older brothers didn't have a clue. Not that they were concerned or even around. All 3 of them had moved out years before with families of their own. Keeping track of their wild baby sister wasn't on their minds. Elizabeth walked across her room and sat on her sister's bed. Where are you, Kathryn? Have you left us forever? Kathryn wouldn't be shunned, for she hadn't yet been baptized and joined church. But depending on where she was and what she was doing, she might be disciplined. But her sister would likely claim she was still on her rumspringa, which would give her license to do practically anything. Elizabeth shuddered. Kathryn took full advantage of the whole concept of rumspringa. There was no telling where she was or what she was thinking. Still, it wasn't like her to be secretive about it. She usually flaunted her escapades with abandon, much to the everlasting shame of their parents. Perhaps Elizabeth would ask her father again that morning. She'd long since given up asking her mother. Walter Wittner was a bit more distracted and preoccupied than her mother was. Perhaps he would tell her where Kathryn was and what she was up to. Feeling freshly determined, Elizabeth secured her cap and left her room. She would ask her father at breakfast before he went out to his shop to work on his last shipment of wooden Christmas toys. As she padded down the stairs in her stocking feet, she heard her mother and father in the front room. How odd they would be in there at this hour of the morning. Elizabeth smelled the aroma of frying sausage, and she thought she could even hear it sizzling. So why in the world was her mother in the front room? It made no sense. She slowed on the steps and listened. I can't abide it, Bernice was mumbling. It's beyond believing. Well, there you have it, snapped Walter, clearly annoyed. Elizabeth sucked in her breath. What on earth could they be talking about? And what would make her mother leave frying sausages unattended? Torn between wanting to eavesdrop and knowing the sausages would soon be burning, she hurried to the kitchen. She flipped off the burner and set the skillet aside. And then, making no noise, she crept back through the dining area to the front room doorway. Carefully keeping herself out of sight, she got as close as she dared. Marge was quite clear about it, Walter said. Elizabeth heard a paper crinkle, and she wondered whether her father held a letter from his sister, her aunt. Kathryn couldn't be so foolish, Bernice said, her voice so low Elizabeth barely heard her. I think we've learned just how foolish the child can be. Why are we surprised at anything these days? There was a shuffling movement, and fearful that her mother was leaving the room and would catch her listening, Elizabeth fled back to the kitchen. She flipped the gas stove back on, replaced the skillet onto the burner, and picked up the spatula. Seconds later, her mother entered the room. "Good morning, ma'am," Elizabeth said with a smile. Her mother blinked as if shocked to see her eldest daughter in there. "Gee, good morning," she muttered. "The sausages are near done," she said. "And I see you already have a stack of pancakes made. I'm sorry I wasn't down sooner." Bernice shrugged and shook her head. "No matter. Let's get it on the table." Elizabeth did her best to act normally, but her mind was whirling. Was Kathryn with their aunt in Linder Creek? That wasn't so far away from Hollybrook. Why? She could go see her fairly easily. It would just mean hiring a van service for part of a day. But her parents clearly didn't want her to know where Kathryn was. So how could she arrange things without her parents knowing? In contrast with her sister, Elizabeth was a good, obedient daughter, but for some reason her parents didn't want her to know where Kathryn was. To save them grief, Elizabeth was going to have to work it out for herself. But if Kathryn was with Aunt Marge, and if Elizabeth went to see her, then Marge would tell her father. Unless Elizabeth could manage to see Kathryn without Marge knowing it. Oh, this could get tricky, for sure and for certain. Elizabeth's breath caught. Stephen could help her. Of course, they'd been courting for over a year. He would surely help her arrange a way to see Kathryn. Elizabeth's shoulders relaxed and relief swept through her. It was the perfect idea. The perfect way to see her sister and find out for sure what in the world was going on. "Please, Stephen," Elizabeth said that evening as they were out for a buggy ride. Although it was early December, the roads were not icy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out riding. "Why do you want to go?" Stephen asked, his voice edging toward impatience. "Because she's my sister. She's been gone for 4 months. I miss her and I want to see her." Elizabeth tried to suppress her annoyance. Why in the world did she have to explain herself? The whole situation was clear. She'd been talking about Kathryn's absence for weeks now, so Stephen shouldn't be in the least surprised. "Seems to me if your folks don't want to tell you where she is, you should leave well enough alone." Elizabeth stared at her beau. What was the matter with him? What difference did it make to him whether she found Kathryn or not? He was acting like this was personal or something. Was he judging her for sneaking around? Was that what this was about? "You think I'm wrong?" He sighed heavily and glanced over at her. "You think I shouldn't try to find her?" He sighed again. "Look, Elizabeth, your parents clearly don't want to talk about it. Maybe they have their reasons. I just think you should leave well enough alone." "Well enough alone?" Elizabeth asked, hearing her own voice rise in pitch. "How can you say that? This isn't well enough. Something's going on and I want to know what." "My Annie lives in Linder Creek. It will take us less than 2 hours to get there by van. I can find Kathryn, talk to her, then I'll leave." "And how do you plan to talk to her when she's with your auntie?" "Your auntie will tell your dad quick enough." "I know. I'll have to get Kathryn away from the house." Elizabeth grabbed his arm. "You can help me with that. You can go to the door under some pretext, and when you see Kathryn, you can slip her a note, asking her to meet me in the barn or something." Elizabeth's words sounded desperate even to herself. "Please, Stephen. We can think of something." Stephen shook his head. "No, Elizabeth. I won't be part of it." His voice was shaking, which was strange. He coughed brusquely, almost as if he didn't want her to hear the quivering. "What is it?" Elizabeth asked, her eyes narrowing. "What is it you're not telling me?" He gave her a quick glance. "What are you talking about?" "You think I'm horrid. That's it, ain't so?" He grimaced. "You're not horrid, Elizabeth. But I think you should drop this whole idea. Do you know why my sister is gone?" He looked at her sharply. "Why in the world would I know? I'm not your parents' secret keeper." His voice was tight and irritated. "Well, don't get mad at me." Elizabeth turned away from him and looked out the side window into the darkness. The field stretched out fallow under the starlight. The landscape had a deserted look which matched Elizabeth's mood. "I'm not mad. Just give it up." She wasn't about to give it up. Stephen's reaction had only increased her desire to find Kathryn and find out what was going on. If Stephen wouldn't help her, she could ask her friend, Betty Bontrager. Betty might help her. In fact, Betty was friends with a Mennonite family that offered van service to the Amish. Yes, that was a better idea anyway. "Let's talk about something else," she told Stephen, making an effort to sound pleasant. Stephen smiled at her in the dark. She could see his teeth shining in the dim light. "Are you making Christmas presents this year?" he asked, his voice full of relief. Yeah, but I'm still right busy making Amish dolls for Dad to sell. I can't seem to keep up with it during these months. They sell well, huh? Yeah, they sell well. I have to make 20 more in the next week and a half. 20. I can do it. She laughed. The house will be full of body parts, though. He laughed with her, and she felt better hearing it. But in truth, part of her was still annoyed. Shouldn't a girl's beau be willing to help her when she needed help? She would have done it for him. But she stifled her feelings, pretending that all was well. She and Stephen had been courting for more than a year now, and it was time for them to take the next step. She had hoped Christmas season was when it would happen. She'd been dreaming of being Stephen's wife for months and months. Are you cold? Stephen asked her. Ready to go home? Stephen's buggy didn't have a propane heater in it, something Elizabeth hoped would be rectified soon. It was miserable cold in buggies this time of year, even with warm bricks at her feet. I am a bit cold, she said, not of a mind to stretch the evening out. Just another evidence of how irritated she truly was. Chapter 2. 30 minutes later, Stephen dropped Elizabeth at the bottom of her drive. She waved him off and turned toward her house. The light in her father's toy-making shop still burned, despite the late hour. Was he still out there? If so, he might like a bit of company. She headed for the shop instead of the house. She pushed open the door and was surprised that it wasn't her father at all, but Caleb Kurtz instead. He looked up from where he was putting together a wooden truck and smiled. His brown eyes crinkled at the corners like an older man, even though he couldn't be more than 25. Good evening, Lissa, he said. Caleb was the only person to ever call her Lissa. It had begun a couple years before when he'd started working for her father during the winters when his family farm didn't require his constant care. He told Elizabeth he had a dear cousin in Pennsylvania who was named Elizabeth, but everyone called her Lissa. Yet he wouldn't use the nickname if it bothered her. It didn't bother her, in truth. She quite liked it. Caleb had explained to her father plainly that he'd like seasonal work with her family's toy business because he needed the money. Elizabeth knew he was working hard to pay off his late father's debts. She admired him for it, although sometimes she didn't know how he managed to do it all. He'd take any odd job available as far as she could tell, squeezing them into his already full schedule. Elizabeth's dad told her that Caleb was determined to clear his father's debts and provide for his mother. And the boy doesn't want his mother fretting about necessities like she has been for the past 10 years, her father had finished. Now, Caleb was a regular worker during the winter months, particularly around Christmas time. Good evening, Caleb. You're out late. So are you. They looked at each other and laughed. Elizabeth liked Caleb. In fact, if she hadn't already had a beau, she might be interested in him. But Caleb had a one-track mind these days, working to earn money. As far as she knew, he didn't have any time or interest in courting. Elizabeth had a sudden urge to tell him about her plan to find Kathryn. But would he feel bound to tell her father? He was a loyal sort, and she wouldn't want to ask him to compromise his ways. Out with your beau, huh? He asked in an easy manner. She gave a start, and used to folks talking about courting so openly. And she was unaware that Caleb even knew she was courting. When had he noticed? Maybe, she said evasively. Caleb laughed. You don't need to tell me a thing, he said. Not that you would. He was teasing her like she was his younger sister. And that pretty much summed up their relationship. She hesitated. Would divulging her worries be something a younger sister would do? I don't know that much about you, she started and then blanched. What a way to open the topic. He gave her a puzzled look. I'm not secretive, Lissa. What's going on? She crossed the shop until she stood at his elbow. I've been wondering about Kathryn. His expression clouded. Oh, I'm sorry. She's been gone a long while, ain't so? Near 4 months now. She sighed and then sat on a tall stool at the work table, her feet dangling a few inches above the floor. I overheard. She paused to study him. Can I tell you something? Will you keep it quiet? He put down his chisel. What is it? I think Kathryn might be in Linda Creek. With my auntie. I'd like to go see whether it's true or not. He focused back on the toy truck. I reckon you should talk to your folks about that. Maybe they'll arrange for you to go. The thing is, she bit the corner of her lip before continuing. The thing is, I don't think they're in favor of me finding her. It worries me, because maybe I can help. Every now and then, Kathryn does listen to me. Maybe I can talk her into coming home. She half expected him to judge her or to say something to discourage her, but he didn't. He worked the chisel around the back window of the truck, carving a perfect line beneath a pretend window. Then he put his chisel down again. Would your dad be upset if you try to find her? I think so. He drew in a long breath. I see. Your dad has been awful good to me. I know. I am sorry. I shouldn't have told you this. He rubbed his forearm over his stubbly chin. Then he pulled up another stool and sat beside her. Do you think your sister might be in trouble? I don't know. I only know it isn't right that she's been gone so long. And if she's only in Linder Creek, why, that ain't so far away. Perhaps she don't want to come home. Elizabeth frowned. I'm quite sure that's true. Otherwise, she'd be here. The thing is, Kathryn is brave. Or bold. Or both. She does what she wants, but I have a strange feeling about this. And you can't ask your folks? I have asked, but it upsets them. I know Kathryn has hurt their feelings. It isn't the first time. Caleb appeared to be considering her response. She felt an ease with him, even though she was certain he didn't want to discuss this with her. In truth, she felt badly now for bringing it up. She wasn't trying to make him feel disloyal to her father. So have you decided to go? She nodded. Yeah, I have. Do you think I'm wrong? Again, she expected him to say she was wrong. For if her father would be against it, then she shouldn't do it. But again, he surprised her. I think you must do what you feel is right. His brown eyes were dark and gentle, yet his expression was sharply focused on her. She felt surrounded by his interest and support. It made her insides jittery, which was odd. She'd never felt jittery around Caleb before. But she did now. She wondered if she'd ever been so intensely studied by anyone. Even Stephen never looked at her with this kind of focus. She found herself scrutinizing him in return, and when she realized what she was doing, she shuddered and shifted her gaze to the tools and half-finished toys on the table. You look like you're busy, she said awkwardly, standing up. I'd better leave you to it. He blinked and his brow furrowed. All right. She wriggled off the stool and, working to keep her pace sedate, she crossed the shop to leave. Lissa. She paused and turned to look at him. Yeah, I'm never too busy to talk. He smiled at her then. A warm, friendly smile. The same smile she'd seen on his face 100 times. Suddenly, the awkwardness between them evaporated. She smiled in return. Good night, she said and left the shop. Chapter 3. Elizabeth wasn't sure why she'd wanted to talk to Caleb about Kathryn. Was she hoping that he'd help her get to Linder Creek? In the light of the morning, it seemed preposterous. She wondered whether he would feel obligated to tell her father. She half expected him to feel that way, but she hoped their friendship would prohibit it. She was going to have to go to Betty. Betty would help her, she was certain. Ma'am, can I stop by Betty's this morning? Her mother looked up from the bread dough on the counter. She was punching it down, and wisps of flour floated up through the air. What? Now? Elizabeth licked her lips. This morning sometime. I haven't seen her for a long while. Weren't you just over there last week? Ja. But I was only there for a tiny bit of time. Bernice sighed. Why not have her come over here? She can help you make Christmas cookies. I'd like to get a few dozen into the deep freeze. The only way I can ask her over is to go see her. And then it seems silly to bring her back with me. Her mother considered this. I suppose you're right. If you go, I don't want you staying more than an hour or so. We've a lot to do around here. Thanks, ma'am. Elizabeth's spirits soared. With any luck at all, she could be on her way to Linder Creek in a day or two. Can I go see her now? Or would you rather I go later? Bernice glanced up at the clock above the cook stove. Go on with you now. I'll see you shortly. Bye, ma'am, Elizabeth said. She darted into the washroom and donned her heaviest cape. During the night sometime, a light dusting of snow had covered everything. Elizabeth expected it would likely melt off before noon, but still, it was mighty cold out there. She stepped outside and gulped in the cold air. Perhaps she should take the buggy. It would be warmer than the pony cart. Yet, she was faster hitching up the cart, and it was easier to drive. She hurried across the frozen yard to the barn. Dad, she called out. You in here? He wasn't. She fetched Dixie from her stall and took her out to the pony cart beside the barn. She hitched her up quickly and started on her way to Betty's. The air bit at her face once Dixie worked up to a decent trot. Elizabeth tried to shrink down into her coat, but it didn't help much. She should have taken the time to put on her neck scarf. By the time she pulled into Betty's drive, her fingers and nose felt brittle. She secured the reins and climbed out, going up to the front steps and knocking on the door. Betty answered. Oh, Elizabeth, you look half frozen. Come on inside. Betty backed away from the door, ushering Elizabeth inside. Go sit by the warming fire in the front room. I'll fetch us some tea. Elizabeth gladly went into the front room and sat on a rocker beside the warming stove. She waited a few minutes until she'd warmed a bit before peeling off her coat. Betty came in carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups on it. My sisters are all upstairs and Ma'am is in the kitchen. We can visit in here without big ears. She laughed. Her 3 younger sisters were notorious for sneaking up on the 2 of them and listening. Elizabeth took a cup and wrapped her cold hands around it, savoring the warmth. Thank you, Betty. What brings you out on such a cold morning? Betty shivered. I went out to feed the chickens earlier. The temperature must have dropped 30 degrees from yesterday. It does feel like it. Betty took a sip of her tea, looking expectantly at Elizabeth over the brim of her cup. Oh, you know me too well, Elizabeth said. She paused and looked through the doorway to assure herself they were alone. I need to go to Linder Creek, and I was wondering if you'd arrange with your Mennonite friends to take me. Betty's brow rose. The Millers? I can ask Zeke to take you. But why? Elizabeth lowered her voice. I think Kathryn might be there. Betty sucked in her breath. Truly? Why do you think so? I overheard Ma'am and Dad talking. I think she might be at my auntie's. Why all the hush-hush? I don't know. All I know is that it would be best if my folks didn't know I was going. Your auntie will tell them. I have to find out if Kathryn is there without auntie knowing. Betty frowned. That could be hard. Will you go with me? Please, Betty. I can tell my folks that I'm with you. I don't have to tell them where we're going. They'll ask. Maybe. Maybe not. Elizabeth bit her lip. This would be so much easier if Betty went with her. Not to mention, it would ease Elizabeth's mind if she had a friend along. Betty tapped her mouth with her finger. I suppose I could go. I'll pay for the van, Elizabeth said quickly. She had a small sum of money saved up for Christmas presents, but this was far more important. She felt driven to find out what had happened to her sister. Betty waved her offer to pay away. If I go, they won't charge us. Maybe for gas is all. It won't be much. I'll pay whatever it costs. Betty reached over and touched Elizabeth's hand. Are you worried something's wrong with Kathryn? I don't know. I just think it's odd that she's still gone. And if she's with my auntie, it is even more odd. I can't see Kathryn satisfied with staying with my dad's sister. She's a bit, strict. Betty's eyes widened. Strict? No. Kathryn can't be there then. But what I overheard, I can't help but hope she is. And maybe going to Linder Creek will allow me to find out. Betty shrugged. I suppose this can be an adventure. Thank you, Betty. Truly, thank you. You'll have to give me a day or 2 to arrange it. I'll tell my folks that I'm with you and you can do the same, saying you're with me. We'll have to do something in Linder Creek to warrant the trip. Do you need any special sewing supplies or something? We could say it's for Christmas gifts. You know we don't put that much fuss into gifts. Elizabeth sighed. It's the only excuse I can think of. Fine. If we need one, we'll say that. I'll come by as soon as I know when we can go. You'll be able to get away, won't you? I think so. Ma'am likes you. If I'm with you, it should be fine. Elizabeth wondered about being 21 years old and still having to ask for permission to leave the house. She knew for sure and for certain that English folks her age didn't need to ask any such thing. Betty reached out and gave Elizabeth's hand a squeeze. We'll find her, or at least find out where she is. Don't worry. Elizabeth nodded, blinking back the sudden tears that came to her eyes. Chapter 4. Why are you going again? Bernice asked Elizabeth. Betty has some Christmas things she needs to pick up. Why can't she get what she needs here in Hollybrook? It don't really make sense. Elizabeth shrugged, working to calm her rapid heartbeat. It'll be a nice outing anyway, ma'am. And we shouldn't be gone all that long. You're going all the way to Linder Creek. That's a long way. Still, I should be home by supper time. Bernice shook her head and sighed. You young people these days. Why you need to be riding in a van to go get something for Christmas is beyond my imagination. Elizabeth smiled. Tell that goodbye for me. I think I hear the van. Go on with you then. Bernice lowered her dust rag and studied Elizabeth's face. That's all you're doing, ain't so? Just going to the craft store? That's all, Elizabeth replied, making sure her voice sounded lighthearted. In truth, she was fighting a growing sense of guilt. She knew why her mother was questioning her over and over. She didn't want her going to her auntie's house. But Elizabeth had stressed over and over again how they didn't want to dally in Linder Creek. Just get what they needed and be gone. She waved and darted out the front door and down the steps. Betty opened the sliding back door, and Elizabeth climbed inside. "All right, Zeke," Betty told the driver. "We're ready to go now." She slid the door of the van shut, and Zeke took off. Elizabeth leaned back into the vinyl seat and took a deep breath. "Everything okay?" Betty said, her voice low. Elizabeth nodded. "Does Zeke know where we're heading?" "Yeah. And our plan is in place, right?" "Yeah. I will go to the door and pretend I'm looking for someone named Bertha Wittner. And hopefully, your auntie will ask me in for a moment. If Kathryn is there, I should know." Elizabeth pulled a note from her waistband. "And you'll slip this to her if you see her." Betty nodded. "And you'll stay in the van at first?" "Yeah." "Can I read the note?" Betty asked, and Elizabeth shrugged. Betty opened it and read it in a low voice. "Kathryn, I'm here to see you. Can you meet me behind the barn?" Betty looked at her and nodded. "Sounds like a good plan. Except it's mighty cold to be meeting outside. We can go inside the barn if it works out." "That'd be better." Elizabeth glanced out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. The sky was gray and heavy looking. Elizabeth hoped it wouldn't snow, although the English seemed to keep the roads cleared off nicely. She closed her eyes and took a slow, deep breath. She prayed silently, asking God to please let her see her sister again, to please let Kathryn be all right, and to please forgive her for deceiving her parents. Caleb Kurtz leaned the pitchfork against the barn wall. He scanned the stalls, noting how the goats, the cow, and their horse were busy feeding. Now to scatter seed for the chickens, and then get on his bicycle and ride over to the Wittner place. Walter's latest order of toys was nearly ready to ship out, and he needed Caleb's help with the last bits. Caleb thought of Elizabeth. She was a spunky thing. She'd surprised him more than once with her strong will. She was an odd combination, that girl. She was loving and obedient and faithful, but at the same time, she would fly in the face of tradition if she thought it was right. Like her quest to find Kathryn, Caleb had a bad feeling about it. From what he knew of Kathryn, she was rebellious to her very core. He couldn't fathom the girl staying in Linder Creek without a very good reason. What would Elizabeth find? She'd told him the night before that she was going today. He prayed that she'd find out what she needed to know. He inhaled sharply. What must it be like to have siblings? To worry about them? He wished he knew. His family was an anomaly in their district. His mother had borne him after 7 years of marriage and had never gotten pregnant again. An Amish family with only one child was so unusual that they stood out everywhere they went. And these days, it was just Caleb and his mother on this farm, which was mortgaged up to his eyeballs, thanks to his father's reckless ways with money. Caleb figured he could possibly pay off the extra mortgages and have only the main one remaining if he worked himself to the bone for 3 more years. Thank the good Lord, the bank was willing to work with him on it. They could have foreclosed, but they hadn't. It turned Caleb's stomach to owe Englishers such an amount, but he wasn't the one who had done it. What had his father been thinking anyway? It was keenly disappointing. When Caleb had first learned the extent of his father's debt, he'd been sure there had been some kind of mistake. But no, there hadn't been. The banker in town had been only too clear. Caleb's father was already gone and buried by that time. It was no wonder that his mother moved about, as if she were carrying the world on her shoulders. He did his best every day to assure her that he was taking care of it. Taking care of everything. Sometimes Caleb wished his father were still alive, so that he could ask him why he'd done it. Why hadn't his father gotten help from their own people, instead of going to an English bank? But then, Caleb knew he might lose his patience if his dad were alive. He'd say something he'd regret. Still, the old man had been crazy and reckless. Why had he purchased all those implements for the farm that weren't really needed? Why had he bought more cows? They only needed one. The cows had been sold off immediately upon his father's death, all except Rhonda. She still produced more than enough milk for him and his mother. Truth be told, Caleb was thinking about selling her, too. He could purchase milk from David Wingard, who had started up the local dairy again. The only reason Caleb hadn't done it so far was because his mother loved Rhonda. She milked her every morning, singing to her and cooing to her like the cow was another child. Caleb shook his head. Too much thinking. He had to get to the toy shop. Chapter 5. Elizabeth's heart was pounding when they entered the city limits of Linder Creek. Her hands were sweating as she grasped them tightly in her lap. Zeke had slowed down once they got off the highway. The street directions were being read out by a voice on his cell phone. It was unnerving, hearing that mechanical voice tick off the directions. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. This was what she wanted. She would be able to see her sister and know what in the world was going on. Betty glanced at her and gave her an encouraging smile. "Just another minute or two," Zeke said from the front seat. He turned and glanced at them before focusing again on the road. "So, you want me to drop you off? Or wait for you?" Betty gave Elizabeth a questioning look. Elizabeth had planned to stay in the van for a bit, but now had no idea what was best. She said, her voice faltering slightly. "Maybe you could let us off for an hour or so and then swing back by. Don't come into the drive," she added quickly. "Just pull up across the road or something." Zeke's glance in the rearview mirror at her was questioning, but he didn't give voice to it. He merely said, "Sounds fine." Elizabeth swallowed, past the growing lump in her throat. "Please be there," she pleaded silently to Kathryn. "Please be there." The van slowed and Elizabeth recognized her aunt's small farm. She hadn't been there recently, but she would have recognized it anywhere. Marge Wittner's drive was bordered by roses. Hundreds and hundreds of roses. They weren't blooming then, of course, nor were they particularly impressive, for Marge had cut them back for the winter. They looked like miniature tree branches sticking out of the ground, like a row of naked scarecrows. "Here we are," Zeke said. He slowed to a stop across the road from the drive. "Thank you, Zeke. We'll see you in an hour then," Betty said cheerfully. Elizabeth could tell that she was trying to dispel the weird sensation that had settled in the van as they stopped. Elizabeth put on a smile and told Zeke goodbye. Both girls climbed out of the van and made a show of waving Zeke off. When he was gone, they looked at each other. "Here we go," Betty said. "You run behind the barn and I'll go up to the door. You have my note for Kathryn?" "I have your note." Elizabeth sucked in a breath and nodded. "All right, go on then. I'll follow behind you and sneak behind the barn." Betty tugged on the bottom of her coat, as if to straighten it. Then she proceeded to march up the driveway. Elizabeth darted behind her and to the side of the yard, rushing to get behind the barn before anyone could spot her from the front window. Her heart was pounding when she stopped behind the barn. She pressed her back against the rough siding and gulped in air. "Please be there, please be there," she pleaded again. And then she heard something through the back wall of the barn. A clanging noise of what she supposed was a metal bucket. Was her auntie in there? Or was it Kathryn? Dare she hope? She held her breath and listened. There it was again. A clanging sound. "Oh," someone cried from inside. "Stop that." Elizabeth's hand flew to her mouth. It was Kathryn. It had to be. That was her voice, wasn't it? Was her auntie in there with her? She didn't hear anyone else. And if her auntie was in there with Kathryn, then Betty would be coming back to find her behind the barn, wouldn't she? And she hadn't come. Elizabeth inched her way around the side of the barn. Marge's barn was on the small side, and there was only one way in. Smack dab in the front. Dare Elizabeth risk it and try to go inside? She listened even more closely. She could hear some shuffling and a goat's bleat. That was all. Elizabeth didn't come all this way not to take every chance she could at seeing Kathryn. She'd simply have to risk her auntie seeing her. At the corner of the barn, she peered toward the house. Betty had disappeared, likely gone inside. Sucking in a great breath, Elizabeth darted to the barn door and slipped inside. It took a few moments for her eyes to adjust to the darker lighting. Her breath caught as she saw her sister's back. She was bending over a barrel of what Elizabeth guessed was animal feed. Kathryn hadn't heard Elizabeth come in, for she was going about her business. "Kathryn," she said, her voice full of relief. Kathryn jolted upright, but she didn't turn around. "Kathryn?" "It's me," Elizabeth said, taking a shaking step forward. Something was off. Why hadn't her sister turned around? Wasn't Kathryn glad that she had come? "Kathryn," she said again. Slowly, her sister turned around, and when she did, Elizabeth gasped. Her sister's face was stricken, but that wasn't what stunned her. Kathryn was clearly pregnant, and by the look of it, far gone. "Hello, Elizabeth," Kathryn said. And then she tossed her head and her look turned haughty, as if daring Elizabeth to say anything judgmental. You're," Elizabeth stammered. "I can't believe, ma'am, and Dad let you come," Kathryn said, raising her chin. "They were so insistent that I hide in shame. They don't know I'm here." That caused Kathryn to stop short. Her eyes widened. They don't. No, Elizabeth took a step forward. The goat beside Kathryn bleated and butted its nose against Kathryn's side. Kathryn impatiently shoved it away. Then, how did you get here? I took a van. Alvon. Yeah. With Betty. Kathryn peered behind Elizabeth. I don't see her. Elizabeth shook her head and gave a soft scoffing sound. She's with Inti with a made-up story about looking for another Wittner. Kathryn laughed. What? All part of my elaborate plan to find you without her knowing. Inti doesn't know you're here? No. Kathryn laughed again. This just gets better and better. Elizabeth was still reeling from the sight of Kathryn's swollen belly. It bulged through her winter coat. She looked downright huge. Who? Who is the father? She asked softly. Kathryn's eyes narrowed. Everyone asks the same thing. Over and over. You should have heard ma'am and dad. Who is it? Who is it? It's a normal question, Kathryn. Kathryn rolled her eyes. Of course, it's a normal question. But I ain't answering. There is no father. Kathryn. Kathryn raised her hand. If that's all you're going to ask me, then you might as well leave now. Elizabeth crossed the barn and grabbed Kathryn's hand. No, of course not. I'll stop asking. How are you feeling? Kathryn snorted. As big as a rain barrel. That's how I'm feeling. Elizabeth gently pulled her toward an old wooden bench, and they both sat down. Is there a midwife here? Or an herb woman? Kathryn nodded. Yeah. She comes on the quiet. I'm a big secret, don't you know? No one can even see me. She shook her head, her voice filled with resentment. You'd think I'd gone to bed with the devil himself. Kathryn. Elizabeth cried, truly shocked. How can you say such a thing? Kathryn blew out her breath. Saudi. But it's true. Ma'am and Dad can't stand me. Not that they ever could. They sent me here to have the Bopley. And then what? You tell me? What do they plan for me next? Will you keep the Bopley? Bring her or him home. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Elizabeth cringed. What a foolish question. If her parents wanted to hide Kathryn during her pregnancy, how would they welcome a brand new unexplained baby into the household? Kathryn shook her head in disdain. You're my older sister, Elizabeth, but sometimes you're really dumb. Elizabeth winced, but Kathryn was right. Then what will you do with the Bopley? I don't know. I think our dear Annie Marge has some big plan. From what I can tell, it's to give the Bopley away. Elizabeth blanched, then took a deep breath. How has it been with her? I mean, living here? Kathryn rolled her eyes again. Like living with a dictator. In fact, I'm surprised she isn't out here checking on me. I guess Betty has distracted her. Good for Betty. It's good to see you, Kathryn. I've been worried. Kathryn sighed. Are you still courting Stephen Gingrich? She said his name in an odd tone, and Elizabeth studied her face. And then she realized what it was. Kathryn was likely envious that she had a steady beau. For whoever was the father of Kathryn's baby certainly hadn't stepped up and done the right thing. Yeah, I am. Kathryn tossed her head. Good for you. Is there anything I can do for you? Can I help? Elizabeth had no idea how, but she wanted to. How she wanted to. No. What could you do? Marry your Stephen and take the Bopley for me? She gave a bitter laugh. Now, wouldn't that fix everything up nice and tidy? Elizabeth grabbed her sister in an awkward hug. When she let go, she was certain that she saw fleeting tears in Kathryn's eyes. I'll be praying for you, Kathryn. I will. Sure you will, Kathryn said. Her voice was odd, as if she were trying to be flippant, but didn't succeed. She sniffed and wiped impatiently at her eyes. When is the Bopley due? Christmas Day. Give or take a bit. A Christmas Bopley. Yeah, like Jesus. Kathryn stood up abruptly. I better get back in. Marge will be out here and it won't be pretty. Don't tell her I came. What? Do you think I'm crazy? Kathryn paused, and then she gave Elizabeth a half smile. I suppose I'm glad you came, Elizabeth. Thank you for worrying about me. You're my sister, Elizabeth said gently. Kathryn nodded faintly, and then she was gone. For someone carrying so much extra weight, she was graceful on her feet. Elizabeth sat there, staring through the empty barn door, her mind whirled, trying to digest it all. And then she remembered where she was and dashed out of the barn and around back. She pressed herself against the wall again and waited for Betty. She didn't have to wait long. Betty nearly knocked into her as she raced around the barn. Elizabeth, she said, breathing hard. She paused and gulped in air. She was shaking her head. I gave Kathryn the note. Another big breath. She met me as I was leaving. Betty looked at her, her eyes filled with sorrow as she continued. There's something why you should know. She's pregnant, Elizabeth said. Betty's eyes widened. How do you know? Did you see her? She was in the barn. We already talked. Oh. Betty's forehead crinkled with concern. So now you know. Ma'am. And Dad are hiding her here until the Bopley comes. I'm so sorry, Betty said, grabbing her arm. So sorry. I can hardly believe it, Elizabeth said, and then realized that she completely believed it. Her sister was reckless and always had been. Who? Who is the father? I don't know. She didn't have a beau. She had a lot of fellows interested in her, but no one steady. So it's an Amish lad? Betty's tone indicated her distaste. I don't know. She wouldn't say. Maybe she doesn't know, Betty ventured, and then must have realized what she was implying, for she covered her mouth with her hand. Elizabeth felt sick to her stomach. Had her sister been that wanton? She sighed heavily. I guess it doesn't matter now. The course is set. What will she do with the Bopley? She thinks our Annie has a plan, which she probably does. Betty's eyes were full of compassion. I'm really sorry, Elizabeth. I'm going to have a niece or nephew that I won't ever know. The very thought made Elizabeth's breath catch. She wanted to know this child, her sister's precious baby. But she never would. Neither would her parents. Didn't this pain her mother? Bernice was a loving woman, one who always took the time to cuddle any newborn in the district. To think she'd have a grandchild she'd never hold had to hurt her deeply. Betty tugged on Elizabeth's coat sleeve. We've been here quite a while. We probably should go back out to the road. Zeke is often early. Elizabeth nodded. A numbness was spreading over her, and she allowed Betty to practically pull her toward the road. Once there, she paused by a young oak tree. Thank you for lying for me, Betty. It was a lot to ask. Betty visibly swallowed. I've already asked God's forgiveness. I shouldn't have asked you. You needed to know, Betty said. Are you going to tell your folks about this? Now that you do know. Elizabeth shook her head. I don't think so. She shook her head again, fighting her tears. I need to think on it for a while. It's a lot. Elizabeth's throat tightened. It's a whole lot. Is she all right? Feeling all right? Elizabeth shrugged. She's Kathryn. I've never known her not to be all right. Her voice caught on the last word. In truth, Elizabeth had no idea whether Kathryn was all right. Her sister was very good at play acting, and she was proud. If she wasn't all right, no one would ever know. Here comes Zeke. Early. Like I thought. We can go. There's nothing more to do here. We should stop at the craft store, don't you think? That will make one less lie. Elizabeth nodded, her numbness increasing. All she wanted to do was to go home and go to bed. She wanted to bury her head under her quilts and think. But what good would it do? She climbed into the van and gratefully listened to Betty make small talk with Zeke. Elizabeth stared out the side window, seeing nothing. When they stopped at the craft store, she got out and went in. She stood at the end of an aisle while Betty bought a few items, and then Betty led her back outside and into the van. Zeke headed for Hollybrook. Elizabeth feared for her sister. What did God think of Kathryn and what she'd done? And would Kathryn ever ask forgiveness? Would she ever come back home and join church? Elizabeth knew she wouldn't. Kathryn had never gotten along with their parents. She'd never shown any inclination to be a good Amish girl. After this, after being shuffled off into hiding, Elizabeth was quite sure Kathryn would never forgive them. Oh, but this was a twisted mess. And what of the baby? Elizabeth was 21 years old. She and Stephen had been courting for a year. Why couldn't they get married and raise Kathryn's child? Elizabeth sat upright. Why couldn't they? Kathryn's child could remain in the family that way. Besides, hadn't Kathryn brought it up, albeit sarcastically? Elizabeth sucked in a tight breath. Her parents would never allow it. How could the baby's presence ever be explained? If they were open to something like this, they wouldn't have sent Kathryn off in disgrace. But still, she could suggest it, couldn't she? She'd have to talk to Stephen first. He'd be agreeable, wouldn't he? He loved children as much as the next person. She gripped the armrest. She couldn't wait to get home now. She'd make a way to see Stephen immediately and ask him. Their engagement would need to be published soon, so that they could be wed by the time the baby was born. Christmas was only a few weeks away. They didn't have much time. Thank goodness, there was never much time between the published engagement and the ceremony. Elizabeth pressed a hand to her chest. She would soon be a married woman. She would soon be a mother. Kathryn, It'll be all right, she said silently. Stephen and I will raise your Bopley. Please don't worry. Chapter 6. Zeke left Elizabeth off first. She gave Betty a quick hug, whispering her thanks before getting out of the van. Betty gave her an understanding smile, and then the door was shut and the van took off again. Elizabeth went into the house, hoping not to run into her mother right away. But no such luck. You're back, Bernice greeted her. She set her mending down in her lap. Did you get the supplies you needed so badly? Elizabeth realized she didn't have a parcel with her. She blinked and then said, Betty has our supplies. We were working on them together. Bernice's eyes revealed her suspicion, and a chill went up Elizabeth's spine. You know how Betty is, she continued quickly. She wants me to go over there to work on the gifts, so she took everything with her. Bernice's eyes had narrowed, and Elizabeth was sure that the truth of her trip was stamped on her face. But then, her mother smiled and nodded. Ja, I do know how Betty is. She shook her head and tisk-ed her tongue. But she's a likable thing, ain't so? Elizabeth nearly collapsed with relief. Yeah, a likable thing. What an odd phrase. But Elizabeth wasn't about to question it. She slipped out of her heavy coat and walked to the washroom to hang it on its peg. When could she see Stephen? Would he come by in his buggy tonight? They hadn't made any arrangements, but sometimes he came by on a whim. She often went outside to wait for the possibility. Although, with the cold weather now, she didn't do it so much. Strangely, her thoughts went to Caleb. She felt a sudden urge to tell him what happened, to tell him about Kathryn. Without thinking, she went back to the front room. Is that out in the shop? Bernice looked up. Yeah, he was asking for you. Does he need me to work on the dolls? Likely he did. She didn't always work on them out in the shop, but if she did, then she could see Caleb. Oh, but what was she thinking? To spill the news about Kathryn to Caleb with her father right there, listening in? Besides, why did Caleb need to know? It was Stephen who needed to know. Her mother smiled. I'm sure he does want you out there working on them. This is the last shipment before Christmas, and he's worried about being done on time. The order is bigger than he expected. That it is. Bernice smiled. A good problem to have. I'd better head out there then. You hungry? Not really. Her mother's expression changed, and Elizabeth saw the worry in her eyes. You only went to the craft shop? Her voice was conversational, but Elizabeth heard what she was really asking. Had she somehow seen her sister? After all, Kathryn was in Linder Creek. That's all, Elizabeth said lightly. We were hardly there for more than an hour. You did get back right quick. Her mother cleared her throat and sniffed. I still think it was a wasteful trip. You can get everything you need right here in Hollybrook. Elizabeth forced a laugh, grateful that it sounded natural. I suppose so. But then, we wouldn't have had a trip out of town. Her mother frowned and shook her head, and Elizabeth left her to go outside to the toy shop. She had lied right to her mother's face. She shivered, even with her coat on. She wasn't accustomed to lying. It didn't feel good. Did her motivation justify it? Were her reasons for lying pure enough? She nearly chortled. Pure enough? How could the words lying and pure even be in the same sentence? She ought to go right back to her mother and confess everything. She hesitated, willing herself to turn around, but she couldn't do it. She needed time to digest the news, time to work things out with Stephen. She grasped the neck of her coat, pulling it tighter to stop the shivering. It didn't work. But then it wouldn't, since the outside cold wasn't what was making her tremble. Caleb carefully wrapped the packing material around each truck before placing them in the shipping boxes. He had 3 boxes full, and another 2 that needed filling. It was downright satisfying to see his work packed and ready to go to eager buyers. Not as satisfying as bringing in a bumper crop, but still, the feeling was good. He'd accomplished something, and he was making unknown kids happy. The door of the shop opened, bringing with it a gust of cold air. He looked over, and his heart gave a skip to see Elizabeth entering. He looked down quickly, wondering at his reaction to seeing her. What was this all about? He didn't have time to ponder it, though, as she cheerfully greeted him and her father. Walter straightened up from where he was sticking labels on the outgoing boxes. So, you're back, he said. Yeah, just got back. I thought I'd work on the dolls. He gave a grunt of approval, and then focused again on his work. Stephen nodded his greeting. How are you, Caleb? She asked, just as she had hundreds of times before. But this time, He found himself searching her face, studying her. For what reason, he had no idea. She frowned slightly and then moved to her workstation, which was an ample wooden table close to the warming stove. She shrugged off her coat and set it on a stool next to the one she sat on. Then she reached for a bolt of fabric and began laying it out. He watched as she picked up her paper pattern and placed it on the fabric. She slipped 2 straight pins in the pattern and began to cut out the dress. She must have felt him staring at her because she looked up at him. "Did you need something?" she asked. "No, not at all," he said, feeling like a fool. What in the world was he doing, staring at her like that? He quickly got about his own business. The fire in the wood stove crackled, and there was the dull thud of a log falling inside. He went to the stove and opened the heavy iron door. He poked around inside with the poker and then threw on an additional log. "It is cold out there," Elizabeth said. Her dark brown eyes, which often appeared black, were wide and curious. Was she feeling it too? He wondered. Was she feeling this odd pull between them? But when she looked down again, he realized he was imagining things. Goodness, Elizabeth had a beau, and here he was acting like they might begin courting. He shut the stove with a clang and went back to his area. What was the matter with him? Since when did he even look at Elizabeth that way? Oh, he couldn't deny that she was a good-looking girl. She had a sweet spirit and a graceful way of moving that couldn't help but draw his eye. And her laugh. He wished he could hear it right then. It filled the room and made everything better, no matter what was happening that day. He smiled and closed his eyes for a moment, reveling in his musings. When he opened his eyes, she was staring at him. His breath caught, and he felt the heat crawl up his neck. He'd better get himself under control. Besides, he didn't have a minute to even consider courting a girl. Of course, it couldn't be Elizabeth, but no matter what girl, it couldn't happen. Not right now. Not for some time. He had a big job in ridding his family of debt. He couldn't afford any distractions. But, oh, Elizabeth would be a welcome distraction. Oh, disgusted with himself now, he hefted the 3 full boxes and set them by the door. "The truck is coming tomorrow afternoon to pick those up," Walter said. "Good work, Caleb. Now, can you help me with these rocking horses?" "Be glad to," Caleb said, moving across the ample-sized shop. "Let me attach their hair." Walter stood straight and then stretched. "I could do with a cup of tea. You two want one?" "No. Dot. You want me to go fetch it?" Walter shook his head. "I need to stretch my legs a bit." "Caleb, you want a cup?" Caleb shook his head. "All right then. I'll be back shortly." Walter threw his coat over his shoulders and went outside. Another gust of frigid air blew through the shop. When he was gone, an awkward silence descended. Caleb kept working, as did Elizabeth. He tried to think of something to say, but nothing came forth. And then Elizabeth spoke. "I went to Linder Creek." He set down the staple gun and looked at her. "I wondered. She's there." He walked over to her table. "How is she? Is she well? Were you right to be worried?" Elizabeth hesitated, and he could see the struggle to continue on her face. What was it? What had happened? "You don't have to tell me," he said gently, though hoping she would. "She's in the family way." Elizabeth's gaze dropped, and he could see the concern and upset playing across her face. Oh, the thought had crossed his mind, of course, although he would never have said so. "She's due around Christmas." "So soon?" She nodded, looking back up at him. Tears welled in her eyes. "So soon. I'm sorry, Lisa. She ain't keeping the Bopley." She sucked in a deep breath. "She says our auntie is making arrangements." "I see." He didn't know what to say. Was she happy about her aunt making arrangements? He couldn't tell. "I have another idea in mind." He leaned forward. "What is it?" "I want to raise the Bopley. She or he will be my blood, too." Elizabeth stood up then, raising her chin. "I'm going to ask Stephen if he'll agree." "Stephen Gingrich?" Caleb interrupted. "Yeah, my beau," she said. Of course, her beau. But why would Stephen have to agree? He blanched. Were they engaged? She was planning on raising the Bopley with Stephen? And why should that bother him? It wasn't even his business. "I see," he said. "I can't stand the idea of the Bopley leaving the family. I'm willing to raise it. I haven't figured out how to explain a sudden Bopley appearing, but I'll think of something. What do you think, Caleb?" She looked at him imploringly, as if his opinion could clinch the matter. "And your folks?" Her expression fell. "I don't know, but I want to do it." He nodded slowly. "I think I understand. You'd be a right good ma'am. As soon as he said the words, he realized his mistake. They were too personal, too intimate. His pulse increased and he wished he could flee. Just turn around and leave the shop. He didn't want to be having this conversation anyway. She was looking at him intensely, her gaze so focused on him that he had to stifle the urge to look away. You think so? She finally said, her voice soft. Yeah. Thank you. She looked uncertain then. Her forehead creased. I don't know why I told you. I suppose because I talked about Kathryn with you before. Now she looked embarrassed. He didn't want her to be self-conscious for talking to him. He wanted her to feel free to talk to him about anything. Didn't he? I'm glad you told me, he said, hoping to reassure her. The truth was, he wasn't certain whether he was glad or not. The image of her and Stephen raising Kathryn's baby disturbed him. She picked up the scissors again and looked at the fabric before her. I better get to work. Lissa. Yeah. Tell me what happens with your plans. Okay. Her look of confusion returned, but she nodded. I will. The door opened and Walter came back in. Caleb quickly retreated to his own workspace. Caleb took a loud slurp from the cup of tea he'd brought in with him. If you change your mind, Bernice left the kettle on the cook stove. Elizabeth shook her head and then proceeded to cut out the doll dress. Chapter 7. Elizabeth stood at the end of her drive. In truth, she was more like bouncing on the balls of her feet than standing. She was both cold and nervous. No, maybe not nervous. Excited. Yes, she was excited. Stephen, please come, she whispered, seeing the puffs of steam leave her mouth. There was a street lamp not far from their drive, illuminating the frozen stillness of nightfall. This time of the year, it could be completely dark by 5 o'clock. It was later than 5 o'clock now, though. She hadn't slipped out until supper was served, eaten, and cleared away. Her parents were in the front room, huddled by the warming stove. They would both read some, and then likely fall asleep in their rockers. With luck, they wouldn't even realize she was gone. Not that it mattered, not really. They knew she was courting. She often slipped out this time of the evening. But tonight, well, tonight she hoped they wouldn't know. She felt secretive and guilty, and she didn't fancy looking them in the eye when she returned. Stephen, please come, she repeated into the cold air. She shifted to peer down the road. A car whizzed past, and she felt the wind from it. How long should she wait? When he did come for her, it was always by 7 o'clock. Was it that late already? She should have checked the kitchen clock before leaving. She bit the corner of her lip. This was silly, standing out here in the cold waiting for someone who likely wouldn't show up. She could talk to Stephen later about the baby, but she felt the time crunch. Why, if the baby came early, it could by any day, couldn't it? She remembered when Helen Zook had birthed her baby 6 weeks early, and Kathryn was further along than Helen had been. Oh, to think of her sister carrying a baby still felt unsettling to her. Kathryn with a baby? And who was the father? She'd given not so much as a tiny hint. Did the father know? Did he know he had a baby on the way? She shuddered. The whole thing was too much to believe. She heard a faint clip-clop and stiffened. Was it Stephen? Please, 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 please. She stepped a bit back from the road, not wanting to be seen if it wasn't him. The buggy was nearing now and slowing down. Her breath whooshed out in relief. It was him. He had come. She dashed to meet him, pulling open the door before he had a chance to. He laughed. Goodness, Elizabeth, you're eager tonight. I wasn't sure you'd be out here. She settled back into the seat and shut the door. I was hoping you'd come. He laughed again. That's good to know. He snapped the reins and the buggy rolled into motion again. How are you? Elizabeth pressed her hand to her chest, trying to still her racing heart. I'm fine. You look out of breath. Were you running before I got there? She frowned. What? Running? No. Wait, I just realized it's warm in here. You've gotten a heater? He laughed heartily. Ma'am put her foot down. She told that she wasn't going to finish out this winter freezing to death. Elizabeth smiled. Bless your ma'am. I'm glad you're happy about it. How about we drive around on the back roads? I think they're clear of snow, and there will be less chance of traffic. Yeah, fine. He gave her a puzzled look and then focused on the road. The inside of the buggy grew almost completely dark as he drove out of range of the street lamp. They were few and far between, so Elizabeth wouldn't be able to see his expressions well. She didn't like that. She wanted to see him when she told him her plan. Her throat felt dry. Was she being too forward? Would he go for her idea? Suddenly, she felt unsure of herself. Her confidence had drained completely away. Gracious, but she couldn't be the one to bring up marriage and taking in a baby. How forward was that? But if she didn't, Kathryn's baby would go to strangers. Elizabeth swallowed with difficulty. She took in a deep breath. That couldn't happen. This would be her own niece or nephew. That baby belonged with the family. Stephen, do you think we could go to the auction field? That'd be a nice place to park and talk a while. The auction field was on the edge of Hollybrook, and it had at least 3 street lamps lighting the area. She'd be able to see his face. I suppose we could. I have plenty of propane for the heater. Now we won't get cold. She realized that the inside of the buggy was almost too warm now. Still, it was so much better than shivering all evening. It took a half hour to reach the auction field. During that time, Stephen kept up a steady stream of conversation, mainly about his father's plans for the farm come spring. Elizabeth only listened with half an ear. Her thoughts were twisting and turning, and her stomach churned with nervous energy. Would Stephen agree to her plan? "You're real quiet tonight," he said as he pulled into the field. He drew to a stop fairly close to one of the lights. Elizabeth could see his face quite clearly. I have something I wanted to talk to you about." His expression grew troubled. Are you wanting to break things off with me? Is that it?" "No," she cried, wondering why his mind had gone there. "The opposite." "The opposite?" he asked. With difficulty, she swallowed again. I want to see Kathryn." He blanched. Even in the dim light, she saw it. "You what? But how?" he asked. "You remember that I overheard my folks talking about Kathryn? They mentioned my auntie in Linder Creek. Like I said before, I figured Kathryn was with her." She was talking rapidly, feeling a sudden overwhelming need to justify her actions. He hadn't been pleased with her before when she'd brought up the whole topic. She prayed he'd be more open tonight. "You know, I've been worried about my sister. I had to go and see for myself. I had to make sure she was all right." He shook his head and gaped at her. "Do your folks know?" "No, of course they don't. I told you before." "Elizabeth, how could you?" Her temper flared. So nothing had changed. He was still upset because she hadn't gotten permission from her parents to go. "She's my sister. She disappeared with no word. I had to go find her." She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. This conversation was not going as she'd planned. "Did you find her?" His voice was leaden. "Yeah, I found her." He winced. Did he know? Had her parents told him about Kathryn? His reactions were odd. Something was off. "I see," he said stiffly. "Did you know," she asked, her voice rising. "Know what? Where she was? That she was with child?" He frowned and his eyes widened. "She's with child? How could I know? What a thing to ask." She let out her breath, deflated. He was right. What was she thinking? How in the world would he know? "I'm sorry," she said quickly. I just felt like you already knew. You're angry with me, ain't so?" He didn't respond at first, but finally he sighed. "Why would I be angry?" "You're acting angry. I'm sorry I went without permission from my dad, but I knew he wouldn't want me to go. They've kept Kathryn's condition a secret from me, like I'm a child myself." She said the words with bitterness, and at that moment, she realized just how hurt she was that she'd been excluded from it all. "They're likely just protecting you." "From my own sister?" she asked, her voice rising again. "You shouldn't have gone." He sank back into the seat. He looked out the front window of the buggy as she tried to figure out why he was taking their side. His brow was furrowed, and he was clearly troubled. A fearful thought gripped her. Was he so disappointed in her that he would change his mind about courting her? Was he so upset over what he considered her disobedience? Suddenly, her plan seemed foolhardy, impossible even. But still, she had to move forward with it, didn't she? The Bopley is due around Christmas. Is it? His voice was standoffish. He didn't want to discuss it, but she had no choice. "She told me that it will be given away." He looked at her sharply. "She said that?" "Not exactly, but that was what she meant." He looked at her then. "What?" he asked, and there was judgment in his voice. "You've got something on your mind. I can tell." She inhaled deeply. She didn't want to tell him right then. He was in a mood, and it wouldn't go well. She knew him enough to know that. No, she said. Let's talk about something else. She felt tears pressing at the back of her eyes, but she didn't dare give way to them. Nothing was going right this night. If she started to cry, Stephen would be even more upset with her. Elizabeth, tell me what it is. You know you will eventually, so you might as well get on with it. She licked her lips. No, really, she said quietly. It's nothing. What did you do today? Her bid to change the subject failed miserably. He reached over and grasped her arm. Elizabeth, tell me, please. And then the tears did flood her eyes. She tried to blink them away, but it was no use. I can't stand the idea of the Bopley going to strangers, she said, sniffing. That will be my niece or nephew. I am the Bopley's auntie. I don't think Kathryn should give it away. I hardly think your parents want to raise it. How would he know that? The fact that she'd come to the same conclusion didn't soften her growing dismay toward him. I will raise it. I thought that you and I. What? He cried. His grip on her arm tightened. What are you saying? She was blinking rapidly now, her heart racing. We can be published. It's wedding season, after all. Well, a bit late maybe, but still. We could be married before Christmas and take in the Bopley, and then we... His expression grew more and more incredulous the longer she spoke. Her heart cringed until finally she stopped talking. Sudden silence filled the buggy like sludge. She pressed her hand against her mouth. What was the matter with her? Her idea was ridiculous. Why had she brought it up? He hadn't even proposed to her yet. But he was going to, he'd hinted at it often enough. So, what was the harm of speeding things up a bit? Her shoulders tensed, and she sat a bit straighter. She wouldn't apologize to him. Her family was in crisis. If he loved her at all, he would be understanding, even if he didn't like her plan. But the look on his face was anything but understanding. He was staring at her as if he'd never seen her before. But there was something else there, too. Some unidentifiable emotion flicking across his face. Was he disgusted with her sister? And therefore her by extension? Was he angry at her for even suggesting such a plan? Was that it? Suddenly, she felt like she was sitting beside a stranger. So, she said, and the word cracked through the silence, you aren't interested in my idea. Why your idea, he said, his voice considerably louder than hers. Your idea? Didn't it occur to you that maybe I wanted a say in it? Did you tell your sister you'd do this? Did you already have it all neatly arranged without even consulting me? Now, it was her turn to gape at him. No, she cried. Of course not. I thought we could discuss it. I thought you'd, she couldn't go on. She couldn't confess to him that she thought he'd be in favor of it because now she could see she was sorely mistaken. He wasn't in the least interested in helping her. He hit his hand on the front of the buggy, scaring her. She jumped, and fresh tears welled in her eyes. How had this gone so horribly wrong? How had she been so mistaken about him? He was a nice person, yet he was acting heartless. It wasn't like him. I am sorry, he stammered, looking at her. You just took me by surprise is all. She didn't respond. Well, as I said, I'm surprised that you would suggest such a thing. You shouldn't be, she thought. It was a completely understandable suggestion to make. She'd known other Amish families who had quietly done similar things. It wasn't talked about for sure and for certain. But it happened. Elizabeth. His voice softened. I am sorry. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak calmly to him. I want to be the one to ask you to marry me, he said, taking a deep breath. I don't want it to be forced like this. She swallowed with difficulty. Her throat was dry and tight. Okay, she finally murmured. We won't speak of this again, he said. She wanted to cry out in protest at that, but she was so stunned, she kept her silence. It will happen for us eventually, Elizabeth. I'm just not quite ready. Not quite ready? What in the world did that even mean? Didn't he love her? Didn't she love him? They were of age. They could move into his parents' dotty house, or her parents' dotty house. She couldn't see the problem. But again, she kept silent. He put on a smile. You're fine, right? I am sorry. Igesi reacted a bit strongly. Do you want to go out to dinner with me this Friday? The cafe in town is all decorated real pretty for Christmas. And I know you like the apple strudel. Elizabeth did her best to return his smile. She knew it wavered, but he obviously didn't notice. He was moving on from the conversation, but her heart wasn't ready to move on. In truth, all she wanted to do was go home. Apple strudel sounds fine, she forced herself to say. Do you think you can take me home now? I don't feel well. Which was true. Her head hurt. Her heart hurt. You okay? This isn't about, well, me turning down your idea. He sounded anxious, and she was glad, although she scolded herself for it. No, she lied. It's not about that. You said to forget it, right? Not to talk about it anymore. So I'm not. I just have a headache is all. He gave a sigh of relief. Good. Not about your headache. I'm sorry about that. I'll take you home. Sure. And I'll come get you on Friday around 5 o'clock. He snapped the reins, and the buggy rolled out of the auction lot. Elizabeth folded her hands in her lap and stared out the window. Stephen talked about his family's plans for Christmas dinner, and she made a sound now and then as if she were listening. But she wasn't. She was barely keeping herself from sobbing out loud. Chapter 8. Stephen dropped Elizabeth at the end of her drive, and she left with a half-hearted wave. For a minute, she thought he might get out and follow her to make sure she wasn't angry with him. But he didn't. The light in the toy shop was burning. Her father had probably gone back out there. And Caleb was likely still there, too. She saw the shadowy form of his bicycle leaning against the shop wall. Yes, he was there. She sniffed back her tears and slowed her walk. Maybe she should work on the doll clothes a little more. She had two to finish, which she could easily do come morning, but she was suddenly in no mood to go back into the house right then. She dreaded running into her mother, for her mother would know immediately something was wrong. Besides, working would do her good. She walked to the shop and opened the door, stepping inside. Her father was nowhere to be seen. However, Caleb looked up with a smile, which quickly turned to a concerned frown. What is it, Lissa? Oh, were her eyes red? Was her emotional condition so obvious? She put on a wide smile. No ting. I just thought I'd work on the doll clothes a bit more tonight. His brow furrowed. You've been out? I heard a buggy. Yeah, I was out taking a ride. With Stephen. He smiled again, but she got the distinct impression he wasn't pleased for some reason. She could also see the curiosity burning in his eyes. He was wondering what had happened, whether she brought up her plan. Yeah, but she didn't want to talk about Stephen. It was still too raw. I'm glad for the company out here, Caleb said, as if sensing her hesitation. I have another couple hours of work. Yurda told me to go on home, but I'm concerned that this box be filled tonight. He pointed to a half-full shipping box. You're a big help around here, she said. Without taking off her coat, she walked over to her own table and sat on her stool. She began her work, but after a few moments looked up at Caleb. He was gazing at her, and when their eyes met, he continued to study her. She sighed. She supposed she'd have to tell him what happened with Stephen. At first, she was annoyed, and then a sense of relief filled her. She'd welcome Caleb's input. He was a man, maybe he could explain Stephen's attitude, his hesitation. I know what you're thinking, she said. His forehead creased. Do you? Yeah. He stood and walked to her table. I'm thinking that you don't look very happy. And I'm thinking that you likely told Stephen your plan about the Bopley. Judging by your expression, it didn't go well. She pressed her lips together to keep them from quivering, but it didn't stop her eyes from filling with tears. Oh, but was she going to keep crying about this all night? She sniffed. I did tell him. He wasn't in favor. Caleb didn't ask her, he stated it. No, she admitted. He wasn't in favor. Caleb considered this, his eyes steady on hers. I am sorry. But why wouldn't he be in favor, she asked. I don't understand. It's my sister's Bopley. I thought he'd be fine with it. Boplis are a gift from God, no matter what. I just don't understand why he is so against it. Maybe he doesn't want to raise another person's child, but it will be my sister's Bopley, not a stranger's. The father is a stranger. Elizabeth took a deep breath. I know, and the father could be an Englisher. In truth, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe that's what's bothering him. Caleb was trying to be understanding. Elizabeth could tell by his gentle voice, but she could also hear his disdain towards Stephen, disdain which at that moment she shared. Maybe. I am sorry. He rubbed his hand through his brown hair. His hair was the exact color of chestnuts where he'd mussed it into spikes. She stifled an urge to get up and go to him and smooth it down. She wondered if it was soft. She wondered what it would feel like to be that close to him. She sucked in her breath. What was she thinking? How disloyal to Stephen could she be? Was she that upset with him that she'd allow herself such thoughts? Give him some time. He could change his mind, Caleb said, looking at her strangely. Oh, did he have a clue what she was thinking? Jah, she uttered. He could, but he wouldn't. She knew he wouldn't. What will you do? You mean if he doesn't change his mind? She asked. Caleb nodded. I don't know. I don't imagine Ma'am and Dad are open to bringing the Bopley into our home. If they were, wouldn't it already be arranged? I could, she frowned, her mind whirling. I could get a job maybe. Rent someone's dotty house. Raise the Bopley myself. How could you if you were working all day? Another tear fell down her cheek. I don't know, but I can figure it out. There's a way. Maybe one of my sisters-in-law would care for the child while I worked. That would be a long shot. All three of her grown brothers had moved out of Hollybrook. If they were to help her, Elizabeth would have to leave Hollybrook, too. And what if Stephen then? He asked. Yes, what if Stephen? We would be over, she said, her voice quiet. She expected to feel a jolt of sorrow at such a thought, but she didn't. She almost felt relief, proving she truly was angry at him. There might be someone else who could help you. I don't see who, she cut herself off. Her gaze went to his, searching. Was he offering himself? No, of course not. Her mind was playing tricks on her. But the intensity of his gaze deepened, and he leaned forward. I will help you, Lissa. She blinked in confusion. What do you mean? How? We could be wed. At his words, she jumped off her stool and stared at him. What do you mean? He smiled at her then. A gentle, warm smile. Just what I said. We're friends, ain't so? I like you. I hope you like me. We could wed and take in the Bopley. But you're working so hard to pay down debt. I know it weighs heavily on you. He moved closer to her and took her hands in his. I am. But together we could do it. And Ma'am would help. With the Bopley, I mean. But Caleb, you'd be adding 2 more people to your household. Why would you want to do such a thing? Something passed through his eyes then. An inner fire. A glow that disappeared as quickly as it had come. Because I understand why you want to take in the child. I do understand. But she couldn't stop staring at him. She couldn't wrap her mind around what he was offering. Could she consider it? Dare she consider it? What would her parents think? What would Stephen think? She loved Stephen. She had for well over a year. And she'd been happy with him as her beau until all this had come up. Could she throw away what they had together? Just an hour ago, she'd offered to marry him. And now she would consider marrying someone else? She blinked rapidly and pressed her fingers to her lips. He took her hand again and gave it a gentle squeeze. I've shocked you, he said quietly. Just know you have another option if you need it. Another option? What a funny way of putting it. She shook her head and gave him a confused smile. I'd never think of you only as another option, she said slowly. You're a dear friend to offer such a thing. The contrast to what he was doing and how Stephen had reacted was so sharp, so distinct, that it was staggering. Why couldn't Stephen have been open to her idea, like Caleb was? Think on it, Caleb said, releasing her hand. I will. She looked down at her work and knew she wouldn't be able to make a single cut. She was so distracted now that she needed to get out of there, to get to her bedroom so she could be alone. Caleb hadn't moved from her table. He watched every move she made. I'll see you tomorrow, she muttered and fled from the shop. She crossed the yard at a near run. Once she got to the side door of the house, however, she slowed and opened the door as quietly as she could. She went inside and slipped out of her coat and took off her heavy black shoes. The floorboards were cold through her socks as she crept through the washroom and through the kitchen to the stairway. There was a lantern burning in the front room. If she was careful, she could make it up the stairs without her parents even knowing she was back. She held her breath and climbed, avoiding the 7th step which creaked noisily every time anyone stepped on it. When she reached the upstairs hallway, she let out her breath with relief. She used the bathroom and tiptoed to her room. She often left the door open during the night, but that night she closed it tightly. It took a long time for sleep to come. Chapter 9. Caleb walked to the shop door. In her haste to leave, Elizabeth hadn't quite closed it. He pulled it closed and then went to the warming stove and threw in another log. It snapped and crackled as it fell into the flames. He shut the stove door and wiped his hands down his pants. What in the world had he just done? What had come out of his mouth? Was he crazy or just a fool? But as Elizabeth had talked, the idea of marrying her himself had exploded in his mind with such certainty and such rightness. It had simply poured from his mouth. Oh, but he had surprised her. But not more than he'd surprised himself. After he'd spoken, he couldn't tell whether she was put off or simply stunned. She did like him, didn't she? In truth, a few days before, he'd thought she'd shown real affection for him. He'd been sure there was something in her eyes. Wishful thinking? He asked himself, for the truth of the matter was he liked her. More than liked her. And now she'd gone running back to the house, as if she couldn't escape him fast enough. He walked to the window and glanced out into the darkness toward the house. He saw light from one of the upstairs windows. Was that her room? Was she up there right now thinking that he was a fool? Please don't, he thought. Don't think me a fool. His breath hitched, and he realized just how much he wanted her to say yes. He'd said that maybe Stephen would change his mind. But oh, how he hoped he wouldn't. Caleb wanted Elizabeth to marry him. He was more than happy to bring Kathryn's baby into his life, into their lives. He sighed heavily and went back to his work table. Friday came more quickly than Elizabeth wanted. Stephen was coming for her that night, and she wasn't even sure she wanted to see him. Truth be told, she was afraid to see him. She had prayed fervently over the last few days, praying that he would change his mind, praying that he'd be open to marrying her and taking in Kathryn's baby. Instinctively, she knew that if he hadn't changed his mind by now, he never would. She closed her eyes and took in a long, deep breath. She envisioned his smiling face when she got into the buggy. She envisioned him grasping her hands and telling her that he'd had a change of heart, that he wanted to marry her. Indeed, he'd already spoken to the bishop about it. Not about the baby, of course, but about being published at the next preaching service. And then he would cup her face in his hands and kiss her right on the mouth. Elizabeth, came her mother's sharp reprimand. Elizabeth jumped and nearly knocked a teacup right onto the floor. Land sake, girl. Where's your head? You were well off into space. Sorry, ma'am. I was thinking. Elizabeth felt her cheeks go hot. Well, stop your thinking and get that hot water poured before you spill it all over the counter and the floor. Elizabeth quickly grabbed the kettle and finished pouring the water for tea. And I thought you were stepping out for the evening, her mother went on. Shouldn't you be getting ready? Elizabeth frowned. I am ready. She looked down at her dark green dress. It was one of her best, and she thought she looked quite nice for an evening at the cafe. Your cap could be switched out, her mother said. That one is looking right tired. Elizabeth put the kettle back on the burner and reached up to feel her head covering. I can change it. Go on with you then. Elizabeth glanced up at the clock. Stephen would be there within 10 minutes or so. She dashed out of the room and up the stairs. She pulled out her top drawer and snatched up a clean cap. She took out her bobby pins and replaced her cap with the freshly laundered one. She hadn't thought it was necessary, but then she had been distracted when she'd changed her dress earlier. She pinned the new cap in place and then hurried back downstairs. She went straight to the washroom and put on her coat and her shoes. Bye, ma'am, she called through to the kitchen. Have a nice time, came her mother's response. Usually, when Elizabeth went out with Stephen, she didn't say much of anything about it. Courting was kept quite secret, even within families. But this time, Stephen was taking her out for a meal, so she had to somehow explain her absence at the supper table. Yet it didn't matter much, anyway. Her parents were well aware she was courting. Her heart pounded erratically as she crossed the yard. The ground was hard and unyielding beneath her feet. Leftover patches of snow and ice were scattered about, crunching when she stepped on them. Her breathing was shallow. She hadn't been this nervous to see Stephen since they first started courting a year ago. She blew out her breath. She needed to calm down. Yet she knew this time together with Stephen could affect their relationship forever. His buggy was there. Even though it was already growing dark, he saw her through the window. The passenger door opened, and she hurried to get in. Heat from the propane heater greeted her, and the blunt contrast with the outside air made her eyes water. Stephen leaned over her and shut the door. Hello, Elizabeth, he greeted her. It's mighty cold out there, ain't so? Josh, he said. Mighty cold. Amos told me that the meatloaf at the cafe is delicious. Shall we order that? Meatloaf, she said, trying to rein in her thoughts. Ja, that'd be fine. And, of course, your strudel for dessert. He laughed easily, snapping the reins on his horse's rump. She willed herself to keep breathing. Her nerves were stretched tight. Should she bring it up? Should she ask him if he'd changed his mind? She looked at him. He appeared completely normal, as if he had nothing of import to say. Although she did notice he wasn't looking her way much, which he usually did. She bit her lip. She should wait. Wait for him to bring it up. But he didn't say a word about it all the way to the restaurant. After he'd parked the buggy and they'd gone inside, she saw that he'd been right. The cafe was decorated beautifully for Christmas. There was even a tall, lavishly decorated tree, placed in one corner where some tables had been removed. Garlands of green stretched across the walls near the ceiling, laced with white lights twinkling like wisps of fresh snow. Christmas music played softly in the background, still audible even above the happy chatter and laughter of the diners. Elizabeth took a deep breath and relaxed. This was lovely, magical almost. She glanced over at Stephen, glad that he'd brought her. Here, in this transformed cafe, something special could happen. Maybe he was waiting until they were seated before telling her that he'd changed his mind. Maybe in this cheerful, festive holiday atmosphere, he was going to ask her to marry him. Her cheeks warmed with pleasure and anticipation at the thought. He glanced down at her, and she smiled almost giddily at his side. It was going to be all right. Everything was going to work out fine. They were led to a table in the corner, and Elizabeth couldn't help but think it was the perfect spot for Stephen and her to speak privately. They both sat and took the menus the waitress offered them. If you don't want the meatloaf, that's fine. You can choose something else. Elizabeth was too nervous to study the menu. She pushed hers to his side of the table. And meatloaf is fine. He smiled. Her throat was dry. She glanced around, wondering if water would be brought. No sooner had she thought it, but the waitress came with 2 glasses of water. "Are you ready to order?" she asked upon noting their closed menus. 2 meatloaf dinners, Stephen said. "And anything else to drink." "The water's fine," Elizabeth said, and Stephen agreed. When the waitress left, Elizabeth licked her lips and leaned forward slightly. "Ask me," she pleaded silently. But instead, Stephen sat back in his chair and looked around the cafe. "They do a good job in here, don't you think?" She frowned slightly and nodded. "You ever wish we decorated more?" he asked. He was quick to add, "Not that I'm complaining or anything. We don't want to be worldly, but it's nice." She picked up her glass and took a gulp of water. "Something bothering you, Elizabeth?" he asked. "You seem upset." "No. Why would I be upset?" she asked, thinking that he must be playing dumb. The last time they'd spoken, she'd told him her sister was pregnant with an illegitimate child. The last time they'd spoken, she'd suggested they get married and taken the baby. Why would she be upset, indeed? Irritation swept through her with such force, she closed her eyes for a moment, trying to stifle it. Getting annoyed with Stephen wasn't going to help her cause. I don't know why you'd be upset," he said, but she could tell by the look in his eye that he knew very well why. He was faking it, which was even more disturbing. Or maybe playing dumb was part of his plan. He would then surprise her at the end of the meal with a proposal. Yes, that was it. It had to be. She relaxed a little and gave him a smile. His eyes narrowed the tiniest bit, as if he were discerning whether her smile was genuine. Something flickered in his gaze, but he smiled back. "My brothers are busy learning their parts for the school Christmas program. You going?" he asked. It was a ridiculous question, for everyone in the district attended the yearly Christmas program put on by the students. It was always a completely packed audience, with some even having to stand out on the porch. "Ja, I'm going." If he wanted to change the subject, that was fine with her. She was determined that this would be a pleasant dinner, especially if he was going to surprise her at the end. She wanted everything to go well, not to discourage him in any way. Their food came, and it was delicious. Elizabeth was pleased that she was able to enjoy the meal. She was more relaxed now, and she asked Stephen about his family and what he thought about the bishop's latest sermon. Stephen seemed quite pleased to be talking about his family and his opinions. As the time ticked on, he appeared more and more content to be with her. He ordered 2 apple strudels for dessert. "Apple strudel ain't my favorite, but it is yours. So, I decided to join you in it," he told her with a smile. "I'm eager to taste it again," she said. "Thank you for remembering it's my favorite." "Don't rightly see how I could ever forget," he said, chuckling. "Last time you had it, you went on about it for an hour." "I did, didn't I?" she asked, joining in his laughter. This was nice, sitting there together, enjoying one another's company. Yet, at the same time, she felt an underlying tension. She thought it had gone away, but it hadn't. Was he nervous, too? She smiled inwardly. If he was fixing to ask her to marry him, perhaps he was. But she would say yes. She would say yes, and then the issue of Kathryn's baby would be solved. Her breath hitched. Was that the only reason she would say yes? So she could raise her sister's baby? No. No. Of course not. How absurd that the thought had lodged itself in her mind. Chapter 10. The waitress brought 2 orders of warm apple strudel with a scoop of vanilla ice cream, slowly melting on the side. Elizabeth grinned and picked up her spoon. "Thank you," she said to both the waitress and to Stephen. He looked at her tenderly. "You're welcome." Elizabeth wanted to lick the bowl. It was so good. She leaned back in her chair and gave a sigh. It was delicious, just as I remember. It really was good, wasn't it? I was thinking to have the mincemeat pie, it being almost Christmas and all. But I'm glad I had the apple. Elizabeth smacked her lips and smiled warmly. Now was the time. Her heart hammered in her chest with anticipation. This was it, the moment she'd waited for. She worked to maintain a calm expression, not wanting to give away her eagerness. Stephen picked up his cloth napkin and folded it again, setting it on the table beside his dish. "I'm glad you came with me tonight," he said slowly. "Me too. We've been courting for quite some time now." "Yeah, we have." She leaned forward, taking him in. He was definitely nervous. Her heart went out to him. I was worried." "Worried?" "Yeah, that maybe you wouldn't want to come out with me." She could see that. They hadn't exactly parted nicely the last time. It was sweet that he was a bit nervous with her, but she wanted to ease his mind. "You're my beau, Stephen." She spoke softly, not wanting anybody around to hear them. "Yeah, and you're my girlfriend." He looked at her and smiled. Was that relief on his face? She smiled and nodded. Now she thought. "Ask me now." He rubbed his hand over his chin and scooted his chair back slightly. "Well, are you ready to go?" She stared at him and blinked. Ready to go? Wasn't he going to ask her? Her lips parted in surprise. She glanced around quickly. What was wrong? Had she read him completely wrong? Another couple was being seated right behind them. They were laughing and joking with the waitress. Oh, she was being silly and impatient. Why would he ask her here with all this noise and commotion going on? The restaurant was getting livelier by the minute. Was she wrong? Or had someone turned up the Christmas music? Some choir was singing Joy to the World. Goodness, but it was loud. Stephen stood up, and she did the same. She grabbed her coat from the back of her chair and wriggled into it. Stephen put his coat on, too, and then he started off toward the door. She scrambled to catch up to him, nearly tripping over some woman's purse that had fallen off her chair. Stephen pushed open the door and waited for her to walk through. They walked together back to the buggy. Elizabeth expected him to take her arm in his, but he didn't. It was fairly dark in the parking lot, only punctuated by bursts of light from 2 street lamps. No one would have even noticed if he'd taken her arm. He did open the door for her and she got inside. She could see her breath puffing out in white clouds. When he got in, he flipped on the propane heater. "Oh, but it's cold in here. Sorry. I should have come out beforehand and turned the heater on." "It won't take long," she said. She watched him. There didn't seem to be anything on his mind. Her heart sank. He wasn't going to surprise her at all. But some stubborn streak of hope told her that maybe he was waiting until he got to her drive. It would be private, and the buggy would be toasty warm by then. It could be quite romantic. Yes, that was surely it. They chatted about nothing important on the way home. Elizabeth did her best to help keep the conversation going, even though she was totally preoccupied and completely nervous. It seemed vital that he ask her that night, that he surprise her, almost as if her life depended on it, which was absolutely ridiculous. When he finally pulled to a stop at the end of her drive, she was ready to burst. She hesitated, not wanting to get out. Ask me, her mind urged. "I'll likely see you at the next preaching service then," he said. He leaned forward and she knew he was going to kiss her cheek. And in that moment, she knew she couldn't stand it anymore. "Aren't you going to propose to me?" she blurted and then gasped in shock. Oh, what had she done? His expression hardened. She could see it clearly, even through the shadows. "What? I thought you were going to surprise me tonight," she said, hearing how absurd she sounded. She cringed and grabbed the handle of the door. "Why? Why would you think that?" His tone was cold and disapproving. She blanched and shuddered inwardly. I thought you might have given more consideration to my idea." Her misery was like a steel weight. She could hardly make herself look at him. I said I didn't want to talk about it anymore. The finality in his voice was like a slap to her face, and she backed away from him, pressing herself against the door. So she gulped. So, your decision is final. Of course it is. Why would you think otherwise? Didn't I make myself clear? Her face flushed with anger and humiliation at herself. She was a fool. A sad, sorry fool to think otherwise. How could she have deluded herself so thoroughly? She looked into his eyes, large glittering ovals of remonstration. Her hand gripped the door handle more tightly and she opened the door. Elizabeth. She slipped outside and her feet hit the cold asphalt. I am sorry, she stammered. I was wrong. But you knew. His voice had changed now. There was a thread of desperation in it. Ja, she said stiffly. I knew. Goodbye, Stephen. But we'll see each other at the next preaching service Sunday. Her spine stiffened. Of course. Everyone sees everyone come preaching service. And with that, she turned and fled. Tears burned her eyes as she raced over the hard ground. She flew past the toy shop, breathing hard. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a light burning inside. Was it her father? Caleb? She wasn't going to find out. She kept running, the cold air assaulting her until she burst through the side door. Inside, she sank down onto the bench and held her head in her hands and sobbed. Chapter 11. The next day, Elizabeth felt like she was only going through the motions of life. She spoke when necessary, did her chores, and moved about the house with what she hoped was a decent expression on her face. Her mother clearly knew something was troubling her, but she didn't ask, and Elizabeth was glad for it. Elizabeth tried to muster up her affection for Stephen. She tried to remember why she loved him in the first place. She tried to feel something besides a dull ache, but she couldn't do it. Her heart felt leaden inside. She and Stephen were over. Neither of them had said so the night before, but the raw truth of it settled over Elizabeth like a heavy rain cloud. She would never be able to put this aside, never be able to forget how he hadn't come through for her, never be able to look at him in quite the same way. Whether she was being fair or not didn't seem to play into it. He had disappointed her bitterly, and it had changed her. When she thought of him now, all she wanted to do was turn away, pick up her skirts and run. She had read that phrase in a book once, and it seemed sadly appropriate. Can you go to the feed and supply for me this afternoon? Her mother asked her when Elizabeth finished mopping the kitchen floor. Elizabeth set the mop against the counter. What do you need? I need more laundry soap, and I'm thinking some apples would be nice. How does apple cobbler sound for supper? Sounds right fine, Elizabeth said evenly. Getting outside might do her spirits good. You don't sound too interested, her mother said, studying her. Apple desserts are your favorite. No, ma, I am interested. I'd love apple cobbler for supper. Elizabeth put on a smile. Bernice nodded. All right then. Get at least 6 apples. And the same laundry soap as usual. Put it on our account. I can go now if you like. Take the cart. Elizabeth carried the mop to the washroom and put on her coat. She wrapped her knitted scarf around her neck and grabbed her mittens to put on after she hitched Dixie. She never had mastered the knack of hitching up a horse with mittens on. She went outside and breathed in the cold air. It felt surprisingly good, despite the temperature. Glancing up, she noted that the sky was gray and low-hanging. Could be snow later tonight. She didn't mind. The grayness matched her mood. Hitching up Dixie didn't take long. She got into the cart and snapped the reins, going out to the main road. A car zipped past her, but Dixie was unperturbed. Good girl, Elizabeth called out, snapping the reins again. She reached the expansive parking lot at the feed and supply. There was only one other buggy there. She recognized the horse as Caleb's. Was he in the store or was it his mother? Patience Kurtz was a nice woman, and Elizabeth wouldn't mind running into her. She secured the reins and went inside the store to the tinkling of the bell over the door. Hello there, Elizabeth, Eliza said with a wave. Can I help you with something? Elizabeth greeted the owner of the store. No, thanks. I'll just get what I need. She went back through the aisles to the laundry section. She found the detergent easily and picked it up. She turned and stopped short. Caleb was there at the end of the aisle, watching her. Oh, Caleb, you startled me. I thought it might be you, he said with a smile. How are you today? Awful, she wanted to say, but she smiled and said, fine. You? I thought I saw you last night. She moved closer to him. You did. Had he seen her out with Stephen? Had he been at the restaurant, too? That hardly seemed likely. She would have noticed him. I was working late. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and she was suddenly struck by his height. He wasn't all that much taller than she was, but he seemed bigger somehow, broader. He seemed to fill the space around her. I saw you running by. At least, I think it was you. She blinked. It was me. I was hoping, he cleared his throat. I was hoping you might stop in. And no, she said. I wanted to turn in. It was late. That it was. But in truth, it hadn't been all that late, and she was sure they both knew it. He continued to study her, and her throat tightened. He was guessing what happened. He was guessing that Stephen hadn't changed his mind. And then Caleb's offer jolted to her mind. Was he wanting to talk to her about it again? Right there in the middle of the feed and supply. But he didn't say a word. Her eyes burned, and she feared she was ready to burst into tears. She bit her lip. I need to get apples for ma'am, she said. She began to skirt around him, and he stepped aside. Lissa. His voice was soft. She paused and looked back at him. Yeah, I'll be at the toy shop this evening. If you like, you can come out and keep me company. The tears welled and were ready to fall. She nodded brusquely and darted from the aisle. She went straight to the produce area and fumbled in the basket of apples, pulling out 6 of the biggest ones. She put them in a paper bag, and then went up to the counter. You get everything you needed? Eliza asked cheerily. Yeah, thanks. Can you add this to our tab? Be glad to. How are your folks? They're doing right fine. Caleb didn't appear during the transaction. Elizabeth was glad, for she still felt dangerously close to tears. She bid Eliza farewell and walked out to her pony cart and climbed in. She took her time on the ride home. In truth, she was chastising herself. She was being awfully hard on Stephen. Could she really fault him for not wanting to take in Kathryn's baby? Was she being fair at all? But in truth, that wasn't the point that hurt her the most. She felt unsupported by him. He didn't even really want to discuss the issue with her. Couldn't he at least have taken the time to really ask about her feelings? But he hadn't. He'd shut her down almost immediately. She'd hoped for more. She shook her head. She feared she was being harsh. Was she really going to let go of her relationship with Stephen that easily? Wasn't he worth more effort than she was giving him? She was the one who was pushing marriage. That wasn't her place as the woman. That was Stephen's place as the leader in their relationship. Oh, but the bishop would be chagrined by her brazen behavior. Guilt assailed her. What had she been thinking? Stephen was really a dear person. She'd loved him for more than a year, even before he'd asked her for that first ride together. Was she really going to throw it all away? She clenched the reins more tightly. She needed to take a breath. She needed to really consider what she was doing. I'm sorry, Stephen, she murmured. She waited for the tender feelings to return. When they didn't, she decided it was because she was worn out. She'd hardly gotten any sleep since returning from Linder Creek. That had to be it. Chapter 12. Caleb was distracted all afternoon. He kept busy doing chores around the farm, even doing the chores his mother regularly did. She wasn't feeling well that day as she was nursing a cold. He insisted she remain inside and stay warm. He'd made her a cup of tea before coming outside. He certainly didn't want her sick for Christmas. He had to admit it was wonderful to see Elizabeth at the store earlier, but something was clearly bothering her. If he wasn't mistaken, she looked ready to burst into tears. He figured that the night before, she'd been coming back from a date with Stephen. From the looks of it, Stephen hadn't changed his mind about Kathryn's baby. He felt both sorrow for Elizabeth and hope for himself. He hated to admit it, but he prayed Stephen would never change his mind. Caleb had been serious about his offer to Elizabeth. He was more than willing to marry her, eager even if he were honest, and his mother would welcome her into the home. He knew his mother was lonely a lot of the time. Oh, she joined in the women's quilting bees, and she was active in other church and community activities, but she was still by herself most of the day. He did his best to keep her company, but truth be told, what with doing his utmost to make money to pay off his father's debts, it didn't leave him a lot of time to be sitting around the house visiting. If he married, his mother would have a built-in companion. He chuckled. What an odd way to think about it. But then, was he being realistic? Was it the right time to marry? He carried so much debt from his father's ill-timed decisions. He carried the weight of it daily, and by his calculations, he had a few more years of intense work before he'd see the light of day in his finances. He was responsible for everything on the farm, and he was responsible for his mother. Was it the right time to bring in another person? Another two people counting the baby? Likely it wasn't. But he couldn't stop thinking about it. Couldn't stop thinking about Elizabeth. But did he want her when he knew she was in love with someone else? Did he really want to face that every day? Did he really want to marry someone who didn't love him back? In truth, he didn't feel like he had much choice on his side of things. It was too late. He already loved Elizabeth, as simple as that. The more he thought about it, which was all the time, the more he realized he loved everything about her. Her smile, her joy in simple things, the way she talked, the way she moved. He took a deep breath. He wanted to hold her in his arms, wanted to press her against him, wanted to feel her heart beating against his chest. He wanted to bury his face in her hair and breathe her in. He wanted to see her smiling at him from his bed. He wanted to watch her move about the kitchen. He wanted to talk to her, hear her ideas, laugh with her. Dearest Lord, he was crazy about her. It didn't matter if it was the right timing or not. He wanted her. He wanted her with every fiber of his being. He blew out his breath. But did she want him? And if she agreed to his proposal, as impossible as that seemed, what would be her motivation for accepting? Kathryn's baby. That was what? Not love for him. Not even affection. Gratitude, maybe. An ache started deep in his heart. Could he live with that? Could he live with her, knowing she didn't love him? But could he live without her? Wasn't that question just as valid? Frustrated now, he plunged the pitchfork into the pile of hay, lifting it full and tossing the hay into the horse's stall. All this thinking wasn't solving a thing. Elizabeth wouldn't see Stephen until the preaching service, and even then, it wasn't like they were going to sit together or even eat together. The most she could hope for was a stolen moment sometime before she and her parents headed back home. Would that be enough? Could she assure him that she wasn't upset with him? That she didn't blame him for not wanting to marry her before he was ready? Should she apologize for even suggesting such a thing? She couldn't let go of the fact that she'd been presumptuous and out of order. She should never have been the one to suggest marriage. Maybe her aggressiveness was the reason he was against the whole idea in the first place. Like other Amish men, he wouldn't be interested in such a headstrong wife. If she'd simply told him what had happened with Kathryn and left it there, might he have come to the same suggestion she'd had? Why, if she kept her mouth shut, he might have asked her to marry him. But then, it would have been his idea. Oh, but what had she been thinking to rush forward? It was hardly her place. After finishing most of her chores that day, she ran upstairs to her room and took out a sheet of paper and a pen. She'd write him a letter. She'd apologize for her behavior. Then things would be right between them again. She sat on her bed, using a book as a writing surface. She inhaled deeply and looked at the blank piece of paper. All right. She was going to start the letter now. She blinked, continuing to stare at the paper. Come on, she whispered. Get on with it. You can take it on Sunday and slip it to him unnoticed. She gripped the pen more tightly. Her chest felt tense. Her throat felt dry. Why was she so nervous? It was just a letter. She'd written Stephen before, plenty of times. Dear Stephen, She paused. Why was this so hard? Was she embarrassed to apologize? Was that it? She sighed heavily and began again. I wanted to write you a letter and apologize. I know I've been pushing you and it was wrong. Please forgive me. As you wish, I won't bring it up again. She stopped abruptly, but she wanted to bring it up again. She wasn't ready to let it go. Kathryn could give birth any day now. If Stephen didn't change his mind, the baby would go to strangers. It was odd, but Elizabeth's arms actually ached to hold that baby. She'd never felt like this before. Never. Yet it wasn't uncomfortable. It felt right. She looked down at what she'd written and felt nauseous. She didn't want to write this letter. She wasn't sorry for bringing it up. She wasn't sorry for suggesting they get married. Oh, was God unhappy with her? Was she being rebellious? She didn't want to displease God. As you wish, I won't bring it up again. We never have to speak of it further. Love, Elizabeth. She let out her breath in a gush. It was the sorriest letter she'd ever written. There was no warmth to it, no real feeling of apology. She tossed it and the book aside and stood up, walking over to her window. She gazed out at the lightly falling snow. A white Christmas. That would be nice. But then, by actual Christmas Day, this snow would probably be melted. But, of course, it could snow again. Goodness, why was she thinking about the weather? She walked back to her bed and gazed down at the letter. She would post it. She had to. She didn't want to displease God, and she didn't want to displease Stephen. Displeasing herself couldn't be her concern. Could it? Chapter 13. Preaching service that Sunday was held at the Hostetler's place. Elizabeth and her parents arrived early, for Bernice wanted to get her casserole into the oven before it filled up with other items. "This casserole ain't good if it ain't hot," she said by way of explanation. Walter voiced no objections as he enjoyed helping set up the benches for the preaching. Elizabeth was sure the Hostetlers would have already set them up the day before, being that setting up benches could be considered work. Still, she wasn't of a mind to complain. What difference did it make to her whether they were early? Nothing seemed to make any difference to her lately. She hadn't heard back from Stephen regarding her letter. Had he even gotten it? Of course he had. It only took one day for mail to be delivered within Hollybrook. He just wasn't answering. What did that mean? Dearest Lord, she was sick of thinking about it. Sick of wondering what everyone else felt and thought. She sat stiffly in the back seat of the buggy. Her father had cranked up the propane heater, so even in the frigid temperatures, it was toasty warm in there. Too warm, to Elizabeth's way of thinking, but her mother liked it that way. When they arrived at the Hostetlers, there were only 2 other buggies there. They all got out, and Walter began unhitching Dixie. Elizabeth and her mother headed for the big house. They went in through the side door without knocking, which was fairly common in their district. "Hello, Bernice and Elizabeth." Mabel Hostetler greeted them when they joined her in the kitchen. "You're quite early this morning." "Wanted to get this casserole in the oven," Bernice said. "So you beat the crowd," Mabel responded with a laugh. "Well, there's room, so go ahead and stick it in there." The 2 women began to chat amiably, and Elizabeth made herself useful by slicing the 3 loaves of bread Mabel had sitting out on cutting boards. Others began to arrive, and Elizabeth had a perfect view of them through the kitchen window. When she saw Stephen pull up with his family, her heart lurched. Would the 2 of them have time for a private word this morning? Would he be happy to see her? Mabel looked up at the clock. "Thanks for your help," she told them. "I imagine we'll be overrun in here shortly. I'll see if anything needs done in the barn," Elizabeth offered. They both gave her a curious look, but nevertheless, she grabbed her coat and went back outside. She knew there would be nothing for her to do there. She walked across the lawn, searching for Stephen. His mother passed her on the way to the house, and they greeted each other. Elizabeth saw Stephen unhitching the horse. Feeling suddenly bold, she walked to where he was working. "Good morning," she said. He turned quickly and smiled at her. "Good morning, Elizabeth. Did you get my letter?" He nodded. "I did. I was right glad to receive it." "Then why didn't you write back?" she wondered. It seemed the decent thing to do. "I was going to write you back," he said, as if reading her mind, "but then I figured I'd see you today. So why bother?" He grinned at her, not seeming to realize how uncaring he sounded. She worked to keep a frown from her face. "I see." He hesitated, studying her. "Should I have? Written you back, I mean?" He sounded uncertain now, so her expression must have given him pause. "No," she said quickly, now only wanting to leave. "No, it's fine." "Good. You looked," he smiled. "Never mind. It's nice to see you." She opened her mouth to say it back to him, but she couldn't do it. It wasn't nice to see him. Despite her best efforts, she was still upset with him. In truth, at that moment, she wasn't even sure she liked him anymore. She managed a shaky smile and turned to go. "Elizabeth." She turned back to him. "Yeah, it really is nice to see you." She maintained her smile and nodded. "You too," she uttered, feeling horrible for telling such a blatant lie. All during the 2 sermons, Elizabeth couldn't keep her mind off of her sister. What was Kathryn doing? Surely, she wasn't attending church, for she was being kept hidden. Was she left alone while Marge went on without her? That would have to be it, or Marge would be visited to find out why she was missing church regularly. Kathryn wouldn't want to attend services anyway. She never did enjoy going to preaching service, except she did enjoy the fellowship afterward. She always came away with juicy tidbits of gossip. Elizabeth tried not to listen, which was difficult because Kathryn could phrase things in such an amusing way. A person could hardly help but tune in. She missed her sister. Even with all the commotion Kathryn repeatedly caused, Elizabeth missed her. When this was over, would she come back home? Would her parents welcome her? Or would she stay on with Marge? Elizabeth stifled a snort and grinned slightly. No, she couldn't see that happening. She glanced over to the men's side and caught Caleb's eye. He must have noticed her amusement, for he had a teasing look in his eye, and he was clearly stifling his own smile. He gave her the barest perception of a nod, and then focused back on the bishop. She did the same, sitting there stiffly for the rest of the long second sermon. When it was finally over, she was only too happy to jump up and hurry to the house to help bring the meal out to the barn. While the women busied themselves with the food, the men moved the chairs and set up tables for everyone. They couldn't all be seated at once. There would be at least 2 seatings, probably 3. Elizabeth would be in the 3rd seating likely, as she always helped with serving until nearly the end of the meal. She was glad for the diversion of the dinner and all it entailed. She didn't fancy the possibility of another word with Stephen. In truth, she went out of her way to avoid being anywhere near him. She was confused and addled. When her parents suggested to her it was time to go, she was only too happy to accommodate them. There was no youth singing that night. However, there was going to be a very special youth singing the following Sunday, even though it wasn't a preaching Sunday. Having a special youth singing was a tradition in their district around Christmas time. Not only would the youth sing together, but there would be special games and a lot of Christmas goodies to eat. Elizabeth looked forward to it every year. But this year, she wasn't so sure. It wasn't like courting couples went together exactly, not as a date or anything. But they often ended up sitting at the same game tables and pretty much stayed by each other's sides most of the evening. Last year at this time, she and Stephen hadn't been courting that long, so they didn't spend much time together at the event, even though she'd wanted to. However, keeping things private was the norm, particularly at the beginning of a courtship. Now, though, Stephen would probably expect her to defer to him all evening, and maybe it would be helpful in such a festive atmosphere. Maybe they could heal this rift between them. Yet, he wasn't eager to marry her, so maybe he'd want things to remain more secretive for another year. Another year? The very thought was distasteful. She wondered what Caleb would do in this situation. Would he want to be more public with her? She knew he would. The thought had her pondering his offer again. She tried to put it aside, not really knowing how to think about it. It had been so unexpected and so out of the blue that she was still a bit unnerved. But she couldn't help but notice that she was looking at Caleb in a different light these days. Not on purpose, mind you. But a girl couldn't always help where her mind went. Caleb would probably attend the special youth singing. He didn't always go to the regular ones. But most youth, from their early teens on, didn't like to miss the Christmas sing. She hoped he would go. He worked so hard and all the time, from what she could tell. It'd be nice for him to take the evening off to simply have fun. Oh, since when did she fuss over Caleb like this? Her father drove the buggy straight up to their barn. "We're home," he stated the obvious. Bernice stretched and climbed out, and Elizabeth followed her. She had a hankering to talk to Betty about all that was going on. Betty had tried to talk with her at the dinner that day, but there were always too many people around. No sooner had the thought come to Elizabeth's mind when she glanced back to the road and saw a buggy slow at the end of their drive. Betty alighted from the buggy, and then it drove on. Elizabeth grinned widely and hurried to meet her friend halfway down the drive. "I hope you don't mind me coming," Betty said. "I told Ma'am and Dad that I wanted to spend some time with you today." "Oh, Betty, I'm so glad you're here. I was wanting to talk to you. Sorry I haven't been keeping you up on what's been going on." "I knew it," Betty said in a low voice. "I knew something was happening. Did you tell your folks about seeing Kathryn?" Elizabeth's eyes widened, and her eyes darted to where her father was still unhitching Dixie. Her mother was halfway to the house, but she'd paused to turn and look at the two of them. She raised her hand in greeting, and Betty waved back. "No," Elizabeth said softly. "They don't know." Betty bit her lip. "Saudi, I suppose I said that too loud. I'll be more careful." She glanced over at Elizabeth's father. "Hello, Walter." He straightened up and glanced their way. "Hello, Betty. Welcome. Come on upstairs," Elizabeth said. "We can talk up there. Do you want some tea?" They approached the side door. "Oh no, I'm stuffed plumb full. Couldn't eat or drink another drop." Her breath made swirls of white mist. "It's gonna snow again. I hope it does. Then you can spend the night." Betty's eyes lit up. "That'd be right nice. We haven't done that for a long time." "It's overdue, I'd say," Elizabeth said with a smile. She pushed open the door and led Betty inside. Her heart swelled with contentment. She was glad her friend was there, Betty might help shed some light on the entire situation. Assuring her mother that they needed nothing, Elizabeth and Betty went upstairs. Elizabeth shut her bedroom door, even though it was drafty in there. "Are you okay talking up here?" she asked. "It's right cold." Betty began pulling a quilt from Elizabeth's bed. "We'll huddle together under the quilt, just like we used to do when we were small." Betty jumped on the bed, giggling, draping the quilt over her shoulders. Elizabeth laughed with her, climbing onto the bed and wriggling under the other half of the quilt. "Nice and cozy," Betty said. She looked at Elizabeth with such compassion that tears burned behind Elizabeth's eyes. "Now tell me, what's been going on?" I I don't want Kathryn to give her Bopley to strangers," Elizabeth said. "We're her family. We need to raise the child. Your parents won't likely agree. Not with the way they've sent her off. I know. And I know I already told you that supposedly Annie has a plan. But I got to thinking that Stephen and I could raise the Bopley." Betty's eyes went huge, and then she nodded slowly. "Yeah, of course. I think that's a good idea. Even though I don't know how you'll explain a sudden Bopley in the family." The fact that Betty didn't react to her news with shock was a comfort. "So what did Stephen say?" Betty grabbed her arm beneath the quilt. "Are you getting married soon?" "ACH, but this is so exciting." "Stephen doesn't want to do it." "What?" "He has no interest in marrying me and taking in the Bopley." "He doesn't want to marry you?" "Well, I think he does, but not now. And not in time to take the Bopley." Betty slumped, shaking her head. "But Stephen's a good man. I don't understand. Why wouldn't he agree?" "I don't know, and he doesn't want to discuss it." I was feeling guilty for even bringing it up. Betty was still shaking her head. "I would have suggested the same thing in your shoes." I got to worrying that maybe I was being too forward. Betty frowned. "I don't think so," she said the word slowly, as if considering the idea carefully. "Maybe if there wasn't a reason to push things a bit. But there is a reason. ACH. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. That isn't all." Betty's brow rose. "What else?" Elizabeth told her about Caleb's offer. "What?" Elizabeth nodded. "Oh, I didn't even know you two were that friendly. He works here, Betty. We talk all the time." But still." Elizabeth pulled the quilt a bit more tightly around her shoulders. Betty was studying her. "And," she said. Elizabeth sighed. "At first, I thought his offer was, well, a little far-fetched. But I have to confess, I've been thinking about it a lot." "Of course you have. Since Stephen let you down." "Since Stephen let you down." That was exactly how Elizabeth felt about it. "Exactly. Do you like Caleb?" Betty continued. "Would you really consider marrying him?" Elizabeth took a long moment before answering. As she thought about it for the 1,000th time, only this time with Betty looking on, she realized she would consider it. She already was considering it. "I would. So you do like him? At least a little?" "More than a little." Elizabeth flinched when she heard her own words. She felt hugely disloyal to Stephen. "Then, maybe it's time to break it off with Stephen." Elizabeth sucked in her breath. Should she? Should she break it off with Stephen? Would she regret it later, when things calmed down a bit? "So you think Caleb is serious?" "Yeah, he's serious." Betty sighed. "It's so romantic." Elizabeth gaped at her. So romantic? She hadn't thought about it in that way at all. But now, she realized that Betty was right. It was romantic. "How is it that you have two men wanting to marry you, and I have none?" Betty stated, but she chuckled good-naturedly. "I don't have two," Elizabeth said. "Not really. Stephen doesn't want to marry me. Now. He doesn't want to marry you now. But he does want to marry you sometime." Elizabeth grimaced. "I suppose. What are you going to do?" "I don't know. You'll need to decide soon." "I know. Kathryn could have her Bopley any time now. Christmas is just around the corner. Whatever you decide, I'll support you." "What would you do, Betty?" Betty shook her head. No, I'm not saying. In truth, I don't know. But Caleb sure is mighty handsome." Her playful tone had them both laughing. Oh, but it felt good to laugh. So good. Elizabeth looked at her friend with fondness. Betty had a way of making her feel better, no matter what was going on. Chapter 14. It was just over a week until Christmas. Elizabeth and her mother had spread sprigs of greenery around the front room as decoration. They'd also gotten out their red candles, which they now burned in the evening instead of the lanterns. But that was as far as they took it. Elizabeth's father wouldn't allow more decorations than that, saying that he wasn't going to have his house decked out like an Englishers. Elizabeth wondered what it would be like to have a Christmas tree. She thought they were beautiful with their tinsel and sparkling ornaments. In Hollybrook, there were quite a few displayed in different businesses, and usually when she saw one, she'd pause for a few minutes and simply drink in its beauty. Not that she would ever admit that to anyone else, of course. The special Christmas youth singing was that evening. She felt a bit guilty for she hadn't helped with the preparations this year. She usually did, both she and Betty. But the group had appointed committees when she hadn't been there, and she'd never done anything to add her name. Stephen had asked to give her a ride home from the singing, and she'd accepted. She was curious to see how the evening would go. Would Stephen seek her out? Would they stay by each other's sides? And would Caleb be there? In truth, she had avoided Caleb the last week or so, making sure she only went out to the toy shop when she knew he wasn't there. She wasn't really sure why she didn't want to see him. No, that wasn't true. She didn't want to give him an answer to his offer. She didn't want to say no, but she couldn't see any way around it. How could she ask Caleb to go through with marrying her when he didn't love her and she didn't love him? Because she didn't love him, at least that was what she kept telling herself. She couldn't help it if her mind continually went to him. She couldn't help it if she considered his offer of marriage the kindest and most noble thing she'd ever received. She couldn't help it if she kept comparing him to Stephen. And Stephen always came up short. That was what worried her the most. "You ready?" her mother asked her that evening. "Don't I look ready?" Elizabeth asked. She neared the candlelight so her mother could see her better. Elizabeth had put on the new dress she'd made the Christmas before. She hadn't worn it much, so it still looked new and fresh. "Well, daughter, you do look ready. You have a nice time tonight. I wish Kathryn was here to go with me." Elizabeth cringed as soon as the words left her mouth. What had possessed her to bring Kathryn up? For months, she'd been careful to avoid the topic of her sister, especially now that she knew what was going on. Her mother's expression hardened, yet Elizabeth was deeply aware of the pain behind her mother's stiff features. She was suffering with this, too, something Elizabeth often forgot when she thought about it. How would her mother react if she knew Elizabeth was yearning and even plotting to bring the baby to Hollybrook? Would she disown Elizabeth, too? Would she refuse to acknowledge her grandchild? "Sorry, ma'am. I shouldn't have brought her up," she said, truly repentant. Bernice sniffed and stiffened her shoulders. "No matter," she said curtly. "Betty is taking me," she said quickly to change the subject, "and I'll have a ride home." Her mother's brow rose then, but she said nothing. Elizabeth was quite sure she and her father had guessed long ago that it was Stephen who was courting her. They never said a word about it, which told Elizabeth that they approved. "Dress warm," her mother said. With that, she turned and left the room, leaving Elizabeth feeling all the worse for mentioning Kathryn's name. "Maybe this is the night," Betty said as they got out of her buggy. "The night for what?" "Maybe this is the night I get a beau." Elizabeth hurried around the buggy and grasped Betty's arm. "Who do you have in mind?" Betty giggled. "Last month I would have said Caleb, but now I know he's off limits." Elizabeth sucked in a breath. "What do you mean?" "He isn't." "Of course he is," Betty said, but there was no resentment in her tone. "He's in love with you." "How absurd. He's only trying to help me out." A person helps out by giving someone a ride in the rain. A person helps out by taking a meal to the sick. A person helps out by participating in a barn raising. Both of them had stopped walking. A person doesn't help out by marrying a girl. That isn't helping out. That's promising your life to someone. "I know," Elizabeth said. "I know. It's romantic, Elizabeth. No matter how you think about it. But he doesn't love me. You don't know that." Elizabeth blanched. Of course, she knew that. Didn't she? Betty went on. "I know Stephen is a good person. But, well, I think you should seriously consider Caleb." Elizabeth's heart was pounding now, and she felt decidedly uncomfortable. And just at that minute, she spotted Caleb walking into the schoolhouse where they were holding the singing. She couldn't help but notice how strong he looked. He moved with an easy gait, his shoulders broad and his legs long and sure. Even with his bulky winter coat on, he cut a fine figure. There was no denying that he was a handsome man. The only reason he wasn't already married was because he was too busy taking care of his mother and the debts. After hearing Betty, Elizabeth wondered which other girls had set their hearts on him. The idea was unsettling. Betty grabbed her hand. "Come on, let's go inside." The schoolhouse had been transformed. The committee had decorated as heavily as they dared, given that one of the deacons would likely stop by sometime that evening. Greens and pine cones were set about the room. Tables were draped in red tablecloths with red and white candles flickering on each one. The table of refreshments was loaded with goodies. Excited chatter and laughter filled the air. Elizabeth searched the clusters of friends for Stephen. He was there at the front of the room, chatting with some guys. His eye caught hers, and he smiled. She smiled back, waiting for her heart to flutter with excitement at seeing him. Her throat tightened. She didn't feel excited. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She averted her gaze quickly, pretending that Betty had just said something to her. "What's wrong?" Betty whispered, seeing her face. "And nothing," Elizabeth stammered. All in all, the evening was anything but the lovely event it usually was for her. Stephen had indeed monopolized her attention, but she felt awkward beside him. Her gaze kept wandering to Caleb, no matter how she tried to rein herself in. Caleb always smiled when their glances met, but she could see the concern in his eyes. He was worried for her. Did she look that troubled? She did her utmost to keep a smile on her face. She did her utmost to ensure that her voice was light and airy. But by the look in Caleb's eyes, she must have been failing. Stephen didn't say anything. When he took her home, he chatted amiably about the games they'd played and how they'd won and lost. He seemed particularly enthused about Jed Zook's new job at the livery. He even repeated Jed's stories to her even though she'd been there and had heard them firsthand. At the end of her drive, he pulled the buggy to a stop. He turned to her. "Did you have a good time?" "Ja," she said, because she knew that was what was expected. "I'm glad." He shifted in his seat. Things are okay between us, aren't they?" For the first time that evening, he was serious. She heard the uncertainty in his voice, and something in her responded, and she felt a bit of her old affection toward him. "Things are okay," she said, willing it to be true. "Good. I'm not sure if I'll see you before Christmas Day or not. If I don't marry Christmas." He leaned forward, and she made sure her head was tilted so that he would only kiss her cheek. Not that he would kiss on her the mouth, necessarily, but she didn't want him to. His kiss was soft and brief. "Good night, Elizabeth." "Good night, Stephen." She opened her door, climbed out, and hurried up the drive toward home. Chapter 15. Elizabeth's world came to a grinding halt the next day at exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She was busy in the basement, hanging the laundry on lines that stretched across the cold cement room. She was nearly finished when the basement door opened and her mother called down to her. "Someone's at the door to see you," she said. "Come on up." "Who is it?" she asked. "I have no idea." "Some young woman. She's English." Her mother said the word with both suspicion and surprise. Elizabeth dropped the wet trousers she was ready to hang back into the basket and hurried upstairs. Her mother hovered behind her as she went to the door. It was indeed a young English woman. She was tall and thin, and had the air of someone who wouldn't take anything off anyone. In truth, she looked almost fierce as she stood there. "Hello," Elizabeth said. "You're Elizabeth Wittner?" "Yeah. Come with me." She began walking back toward the gray car that was parked in the drive. "What?" Bernice protested, stepping forward. "Just where is she supposed to be going?" The young woman turned around and stared at Elizabeth's mother. Then her look softened and she sighed. "She's not really going anywhere. Just to the car with me. I have something for her." Bernice made to go with them, but the woman held up her hand. "No, just Elizabeth." Elizabeth shot a glance at her mother and saw her distrust. What was this all about? Again, the woman softened. "It won't take long. But please, just Elizabeth." Elizabeth had rarely seen her mother so affronted, but her mother did as the woman requested and stayed put. Elizabeth hustled to keep up with the stride of the tall young woman. When they neared the car, Elizabeth's breath caught. There was a baby car seat inside. "WH what?" Elizabeth said. She wanted to rush to the car and look inside, but she was frozen to the ground. "I am Faye. I know Kathryn," she said. "She said to give you this letter and the baby." And then Elizabeth did move. She swooshed by Faye and threw open the car door. In the car seat was the tiniest of babies. It was bundled heavily, and it was sleeping, its little rose mouth slightly open. Is it? But of course it was. It was Kathryn's baby. Wonder and delight gripped Elizabeth so that she could barely breathe. "The letter," Faye said. "It explains everything. Elizabeth had crawled inside the back seat where the car seat had been strapped in the middle. She touched the child's soft cheek with her finger. A girl or a boy, she asked. Girl. Here. The letter, Faye said again. Elizabeth took the letter and tucked it into her waistband. She'd read it later. So, you've brought the Bopley to me? Kathryn told me you'd raise her. Elizabeth's breath caught. And then she gushed. Ja, of course I will raise her. Where is Kathryn? Is she all right? She's fine. You have the letter. Yeah, I have the letter. Elizabeth could not take her eyes off the baby. So sweet. So precious. Her heart hammered, and she began fumbling with the seatbelt that latched the car seat in place. Get out, Faye said, though not unkindly. I know how it's hooked. Elizabeth had to force herself to leave the baby's side. All right. Faye motioned with her head toward a bulging bag on the floor of the car. That bag has some diapers and a couple of bottles. Also a can of formula. Go ahead and take it. Elizabeth grabbed the bag and pulled it from the car. Faye had gotten the car seat unlatched. It had a handle on it. She backed out of the car and brought out the car seat with the baby. Here you go. Okay then. Good luck. Elizabeth grasped the handle, surprised at how heavy the car seat was with the baby strapped in. Thank you. Thank you, she uttered to Faye without looking up. And then she realized what this meant. She was afraid to turn around. Was her mother still on the porch? Was she watching? Faye said goodbye and shut the back seat door. Then she went back around to the driver's seat. Within seconds, the car was gone. Elizabeth slowly turned toward the house. Her mother was there, clinging to the front post of the porch. Her face was white. Elizabeth walked toward her, seeing her mother's expression change from shock to a twisted hardness. She didn't, her mother said, now pressing one hand to her chest. She didn't. Ma'am, it's cold out here. Let's go inside. Elizabeth nudged open the screen door with her foot, and then leaned on the front door. It hadn't been shut tightly, so it easily fell open. Elizabeth hurried into the front room and set the baby down in front of the warming stove. She quickly sat down beside her on the rag rug. You're beautiful, Elizabeth whispered close to her nose. My beautiful, beautiful Bopley. The front door slammed, and Elizabeth heard her mother come into the room and stop abruptly. Kathryn had strict orders to let your auntie handle the adoption of the Bopley. What was Kathryn thinking sending it to us? Elizabeth stiffened. She turned to her mother and said through clenched her teeth, She didn't send her to us. She sent her to me. You. What was she thinking? That Bopley is the result of your sister's sin. Do you hear me? This Bopley is now my daughter, Elizabeth said, standing up to face her mother square on. She is also your granddaughter. If you can't see your way clear to welcome her into this house, then we both shall leave. Elizabeth suppressed a gasp. What had she just said? She was now trembling from head to toe. She had never spoken to her mother in such a tone before. But she had meant it. She meant it to the very core of her being. Every single word. If she had to go, she would. Only the dear Lord knew where. Bernice flinched and then blinked rapidly. Your dad ain't going to approve of this. Likely not, Elizabeth said, raising her chin. I will make arrangements to leave as soon as possible. Wait, cried her mother. I never said that. I can't be losing both my daughters. I didn't say you had to leave. But the Bopley does? Elizabeth asked, her voice hard. I don't know. Her mother was thoroughly flustered now. She turned to leave, then turned back to stare at the baby, then turned again to leave. Finally, with a perceptible rustle, she left the room. Elizabeth fell to her knees and bent over the baby. My little Christmas surprise, she murmured. I wanted you so badly, and now I have you. We're going to be fine, little one. I promise. She touched the baby's cheek again, running the very tips of her fingers gently and oh so softly over the child's face. Noel. Yes, your name is going to be Noel. For Christmas. She felt her sister's letter at her waist. She needed to read it quickly. She needed to know what it said before her father got the news. But it was too late. She heard his heavy footsteps pounding through the house. He burst into the front room and stopped short just like her mother had. His gaze went straight to the baby. What? I can't believe it, he snapped. That child never listened to me, never obeyed me. And now this. I should have known. Elizabeth flinched at the anger in her father's tone. She wanted to cover the baby's ears. Noelle shouldn't have to hear such a tone in her first days of life. An overpowering desire to protect the baby filled Elizabeth. She's sleeping, Elizabeth stated, her voice controlled. Her name is Noelle. Her father's jaw tightened. Noelle? It don't matter her name. She can't stay. Fine, Elizabeth said. Bernice burst into tears. No, no, don't say that, Walter. Elizabeth will go if the Bopley goes. Why should she? It ain't her Bopley. She is now. Noelle is my daughter. Elizabeth was even more shocked to hear herself stand up to her father. She had never in her entire life, spoken in such a way to him. Walter turned to Bernice. What's this? What's this? Kathryn sent the Bopley to Elizabeth. Not to us. What? He roared. The baby awoke and began screaming. Elizabeth grappled with the belts and got her free. She cradled Noelle to her chest, crooning. The baby's cries lessened but didn't stop. Walter, let's talk about this. We've talked about this for months, he snapped. The decision is made. The child goes to whoever it was my sister chose. She will not go to strangers, Elizabeth said clearly. She is mine now. Kathryn entrusted the Bopley to me. We're going upstairs. And with that, she placed Noelle back in the car seat and picked it up. She then snatched up the baby's bag and headed for the stairs. She hurried up them as fast as she could and went into her room, closing the door tightly. Noelle was none too pleased with things, and her crying increased. Elizabeth was no stranger to taking care of children, no Amish girl was, so she set about to change Noelle's diaper. Then she pulled out a bottle and the can of formula. Grateful that the bathroom had warm water from a gas heater, she proceeded to fix a bottle. 10 minutes later, she sat on her bed, feeding Noelle, who slurped ravenously at the formula. There you go. Now, don't you feel better? Elizabeth asked. She listened intently for footsteps on the stairs, but she heard nothing. Her mind whirled. If she had to leave her home, she would go first to Stephen. She'd plead with him if she had to. And if he still was set on rejecting the baby, she'd go to Betty's. No, that wouldn't be right. She would go to Caleb's farm. In truth, that was where she wanted to go first, even though she didn't want to admit it. She feared he would take her in. She feared they would get married because of Noelle. Elizabeth would never have a marriage based on love as she'd dreamed since childhood. At least not love for her. Could she be satisfied with that? She looked down at the baby. Yes. For this baby? Of course she could. The fact that she was already halfway in love with Caleb, despite her denial of it, wasn't lost on her. She listened closely again. There was no sound on the steps. She heard a sob from below and knew her mother was crying. Was she trying to change her father's mind? Elizabeth had no idea. In general, her mother never countered her father's decisions. And in truth, her mother had seemed on board with this one in the beginning. Now that the baby was there under her roof, all babies were gifts from God, no matter what the circumstances. Elizabeth was at a loss as to why her parents didn't want to be part of Noelle's life. Was this how they wanted to punish Kathryn for her rebellious ways? If so, it didn't make any sense at all. Chapter 16. Elizabeth's arms tightened around the little baby. Noelle was getting very sleepy again. She sucked on the bottle with her little eyelids shut. Her sucking grew more intermittent, and then she stopped entirely. Her little mouth fell away from the nipple. Elizabeth set the bottle down and reached into her waistband for Kathryn's letter. She had a bit of trouble getting it out of the envelope with one hand, but she finally managed. Dear Elizabeth, I imagine you're right surprised to be getting the Bopley. Or maybe not. You did come to see me. I figured that proved your interest in her. Annie will be furious with me when she finds out what I've done. So will Ma'am and Dad. But what's new? I have a good reason for giving the Bopley to you. You won't like the reason. And before you read more, I am sorry. I never meant to do it. You won't believe me, but it's true. I am sorry. I made a mess of things. A real big mess. I didn't know how to fix it. This is as close as I can figure. You will probably question my sense, because giving you the baby under these circumstances is risky. But I know you, Elizabeth. You're a good person. I'm not. But then, most folks already know that. I suppose I am selfish and evil, as Dad has told me a million times. When you came to see me, I asked you if Stephen was still courting you. And that is why I'm giving the Bopley to you. I wouldn't tell you who the Bopley's father is, but now I will. It's Stephen. Elizabeth gasped. What? That couldn't be. It just couldn't. She swayed on the bed as dizziness nearly overtook her. Noelle moved in her arms, and she blinked hard. forcing herself to remain steady and keep reading. Her hand shook now as she held the letter. We never meant it to happen, and it only happened once. Then Stephen told me he wouldn't sneak around. It angered me, but he was right. What we did was wrong. Wrong because of you, Elizabeth. You're my sister, and I'm sorry. I regret it because of you. I can't raise this Bopley. And like you, I don't think she should go to strangers. At least this way she will be raised by her father. I'm sure you and Stephen will marry. I'm leaving Linder Creek. Faye is helping me, just like she helped me by bringing you the Bopley. She's a nice person. Truly. And Elizabeth? Someday, I hope you'll forgive me. Your sister, Kathryn. Elizabeth was breathing hard. Bile rose in her throat. No, no. She wouldn't throw up. She couldn't. She looked down at Noelle, searching her features for signs of Stephen. Tears flooded her eyes. It couldn't be true. No. It was one of Kathryn's awful tricks. It was just Kathryn trying to stir things up like she always did. Stephen and Kathryn? Elizabeth tried to swallow, but her throat seemed closed. She was going to choke. She was going to choke and die right here with Noelle in her arms. She stood up abruptly, the letter falling from her lap. She paused to cram it into the drawer of her nightstand. Noelle began to cry. Elizabeth held her to her chest and began pacing. It couldn't be true. And had Stephen known Kathryn was pregnant? Had he known before Elizabeth told him? A horrible thought seized her. Was this why he refused to take the baby? Was this why he had reacted so horribly to her suggestion of marriage? She shook her head. No, no, that couldn't be right. If he knew Kathryn was pregnant, he would have married her. Stephen had at least that much decency. How do you know? The bitter question sliced through her. How did she know? It didn't appear she knew a thing right then. Everything had turned upside down. Noelle squirmed and Elizabeth cooed in her ear. It wasn't this little girl's fault. She was completely innocent. Noelle, 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 Elizabeth whispered. My little Bopley. She sank down on her bed, her mind whirling. She felt nauseous again. Her stomach was clenching in spasms. Stephen and Kathryn? She could barely manage the thought. The bottle toppled on the bed, and she stared as it slowly, ever so slowly, dripped onto the quilt. It took her a moment to even realize what she was looking at, and then she grabbed up the bottle to keep it from leaking further. She inhaled sharply and let her breath out in a gush. All right, if she was going to mother this child, she needed to get a hold of herself. First, she needed to go see Stephen and demand answers. She flinched. Demand? She raised her chin. Yes, demand answers. She turned and glanced out her window. The sky was a bleak gray, and there was no movement in the top branches of the oak tree out front. She was going to have to bundle the baby up and take her in the buggy to go see Stephen. She could hardly leave her here with her mother or her father. She stood and glanced about her room. She could use the afghan she'd knitted last winter. If she dressed Noelle as warmly as she could with what she found in the bag, and then wrapped her in the afghan, she'd stay warm. Goodness, Elizabeth would have to drive the buggy while holding the baby. No, she could set the car seat in the buggy. It wasn't like she could strap it in, but still, it would leave her hands free to drive. If she turned on the propane heater inside, the buggy would be nice and toasty for Noelle. Yes, she could do this. She rose and pulled the afghan from where it lay on top of her dresser. Then she put Noelle back in her car seat. The baby stirred and her tiny mouth pursed a bit, but she didn't awaken. Elizabeth draped the afghan over her. As she turned to leave the room, the door opened and her mother came through. Bernice's eyes were red and puffy. Her expression was ragged. "WH, where are you going?" she asked, her voice throaty and raw. "I have an errand to do." Elizabeth rose to her full height. "You don't have to worry. I'll run my errand, and then I'll be back to gather my things. I'll be out of the house by nightfall." Her mother's expression crumbled, but then, with visible effort, she straightened. "Where will you go?" "Do you care?" Elizabeth snapped before she could stop herself. Then she took a breath and said more calmly, "I'll let you know when I'm settled. If you want to visit me, you'll be welcome." I. Bernice was staring at the car seat now. Noelle wasn't very visible from her mother's angle, not with the draped afghan covering a lot of the car seat. Elizabeth hesitated. "So," her voice wasn't much more than a whisper, "that won't allow us to stay?" Bernice pressed her hand against her mouth and swallowed. Then her hand dropped. No, her shoulders sagged, and she looked ready to burst into tears. Elizabeth didn't have time to try to comfort her mother. She needed to get to Stephen. He would surely do the right thing for Noelle. They would be married after all. She nodded to her mother and rushed from the room, heading down the stairs, carrying the awkward car seat. She saw no sign of her father when she dashed outside and toward the barn. She put Noelle inside the buggy and flipped on the heater. Then she set about hitching up Dixie. She and Stephen could be married quickly, and they wouldn't say a thing about where Noelle came from. If the people speculated, and they would, then so be it. She climbed into the buggy and snapped the reins. As she passed the toy shop, she gave a jolt. Caleb was just outside the door, watching her. Had he seen her with Noelle? If so, he would have guessed what had happened and that it was Kathryn's baby. Was he also guessing she was on her way to Stephen's? A sense of loss pricked at her, but she ignored it, her thoughts flying back to Stephen. What had he done? Was it true? She didn't know. And the fact that she wasn't sure what to believe was a torment. Because if she did believe what Kathryn wrote, where did that leave her? Had Stephen cheated on her, been intimate with her sister, while she and Stephen were dating? A metallic taste filled her mouth. She snapped the reins more sharply, willing Dixie to get her to Stephen's as quickly as possible. Chapter 17. Elizabeth drew the buggy to a rocking halt some yards from the Gingrich's large front porch. Now what? Was she planning to take the baby to the front door and ask for Stephen? Oh, such things weren't done. But she had to see him. She had to see him now. She peered through the buggy window, craning her neck to see if perhaps Stephen was out and about. Maybe he was in the barn. But she didn't see any movement at all. She glanced down at Noelle, who was sleeping soundly. She'd have to leave her in the buggy and go to the door without her. She didn't have the energy to explain or to fabricate some kind of excuse for bringing a baby to see Stephen. Would Noelle be all right alone for those few minutes? Yes. Yes, of course she would. And if not, Elizabeth would hear her if she cried. She tried to swallow past the lump of dread in her throat and climbed out of the buggy. Blinking rapidly against the cold air, she made her way to the front porch. Stephen's mother, Deborah, answered the door. Why, if it isn't Elizabeth Wittner? Come in, child. What brings you around? Hello, Deborah. I was wondering if Stephen is in. She felt like a fool asking for him. Deborah's brow rose. Stephen? Ja, he's in the front room. Come through. And no, would you ask him to come outside for a minute or two? She was shaking now, her knees wobbling beneath her. All right, Deborah said slowly, giving Elizabeth a curious look as she left to summon her son. A moment later, Stephen appeared. Clearly, he was surprised to see her and even more curious than his mother. Elizabeth, he questioned. She did her utmost to appear calm and normal-like, even if calling on a boy was the most unnormal thing ever. Hello, Stephen. Can you step outside with me for a moment? His eyes darted to his mother, and he shrugged slightly. Of course, he told her. He snatched his coat from the peg beside the door and stepped out into the cold, shutting the door and the screen behind him. What is it? He asked. This is unusual. She looked at his questioning eyes and felt sick to her stomach. I need you to come see something in the buggy. In the buggy? He asked, following her now. She reached the passenger door and opened it, revealing the car seat and Noelle. Stephen gasped and stepped back. WH what? He stammered. Who is that? And then she knew. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Stephen had known about the baby all along. He had known about Kathryn's pregnancy, and he knew this baby was his. Elizabeth slumped against the side of the buggy before her anger grabbed hold. Then she rose to her full height and glared at him. You've known all along, she said, her voice sharp. And you know full well that you're this Bopley's father. And no, he stammered, but the look of guilt on his face was so blatant, so overpowering, that he seemed unable to move. Yeah, she took in his guilt and his remorse and his fear. It was so strong, she fancied she could smell it. He looked pathetic standing there. Pathetic, and her heart cringed as she realized that he looked weak and cowardly in light of what he'd done. Her beau, the man she thought she loved, the man she thought she wanted to spend her life with. Cowardly. You deny it, she asked, and now her voice was thick with sadness and pity. I didn't. Kathryn and I never. But he couldn't finish the sentence. He couldn't boldly lie to her face anymore. She had to give him that. Kathryn has sent the Bopley to me and you. To raise. She assumes we're getting married. and she said that the Bopley could at least be raised by its father. He was shaking his head rapidly. No, no. So maybe in light of this revelation, you'd be more willing to get married. She nearly choked on the words. Standing there watching him, seeing his reaction, she didn't want to marry him. She wanted to raise Noel, yes, but not with him. Yet he was Noel's father, so he had the right, no, the responsibility, to raise her and provide for her. His face drained of color, and he continued to shake his head. In truth, he was trembling. She could see it. It was a mistake, he said, his voice pleading. We made a mistake. I can't be expected to pay for it forever, can I? It was a mistake, Elizabeth. Please believe me. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm. I think the original plan was better. Give the Bopley up, and we'll go on as before. It was a mistake. Please, Elizabeth, you have to see that. Elizabeth went cold inside. You're saying that Noel is a mistake. So I must give her away? Noel. That's her name. She's a girl. Not that you asked. Noel. He blinked and shook his head again. No, it's all wrong. We can put this behind us. Elizabeth, please. She wanted to slap him. What in the world was the matter with him? They were talking about a child, a human being, a gift from God. Go back inside to your mother, she said. Her voice was strangely controlled. Oddly, her anger had stepped aside, and all she felt was relief. She wouldn't be burdened with Stephen Gingerich anymore. She had a daughter to raise. Go back inside, she repeated. He gave her a desperate look and then turned on his heel and staggered away. She watched him go, wondering how she had ever admired him. Thank God. She'd found out in time what kind of character he had. She shut the buggy door and walked around to the driver's side. She got into the buggy and snapped the reins. Noel stirred and her eyes fluttered open. It's all right, precious, Elizabeth murmured. Go back to sleep. You're safe. And then Elizabeth's tears came. She didn't want to cry, didn't think she was going to cry, but the tears rolled down her cheeks and she began to sob out loud. She cried for herself, for the betrayal, for her dreams that were now dead. She cried for Kathryn. How could her own sister betray her like that? She cried for Stephen, for whom he had shown himself to be. And she cried for Noel. She could barely see to drive the buggy. She knew she couldn't go home. Not yet. She had no place to go and stay. She would go to Betty's house, like she thought at first. Betty's family would take her and Noel in, she prayed. Surely, they wouldn't turn her away. She snapped the reins and a new burst of tears exploded from her. Noel was wide awake now, and she began crying with Elizabeth. Elizabeth reached over and patted her, but it was no use. The two of them wailed. And then, Elizabeth got a hold of herself. She was a mother now. She had to act like one. She sniffed and wiped her tears on her sleeve. Enough. It was enough. Crying about it wouldn't help. And she had Noel now. She would raise her alone if she had to. But she didn't have to, did she? Caleb had offered himself to her. Oh, Caleb, she whispered. You are so kind, and I would agree to your offer if I thought, if I thought that maybe you cared for me. It isn't fair to you otherwise. It isn't fair at all. We just burden you down even more when you're working so hard to free yourself of debt. But she couldn't stop thinking about him all the way to Betty's house. And when she pulled up to the porch and took Noel from her car seat and climbed the steps to the front door, she was still thinking about him. Before she could knock, Betty pulled open the door. Elizabeth, I thought that was you. ACH, is that? Elizabeth nodded. This is Noel, she said, surprised that her voice sounded fairly normal considering how much she'd been crying. Coming out of the cold, Betty said. My folks are in the front room. Let's go straight up to my bedroom. They hurried up the stairs, Elizabeth grateful that Noel had stopped crying, too. She was gazing around with wide eyes, her little mouth forming a perfect O. Betty led her into her bedroom. It's kind of cold in here. Sorry about that. Elizabeth sat on the bed and snuggled Noel to her. May I? Betty asked. Elizabeth handed her over, and Betty began cooing softly. Is she a girl? Yeah. I've named her Noel. For Christmas. Noel, Betty whispered. It's perfect. Hello, little Christmas Bopley. Kathryn sent her to me to raise. To me and Stephen. What? She sent the child? Without asking? Betty's eyes stretched wide. So now, Stephen will marry you, right? Elizabeth shook her head. Noel is Stephen's daughter. Betty gawked and then sank down on the edge of her bed. What? He and Kathryn got together. It's his child. He's known all along. That was why he was so against us taking the child in. I can't believe it. But wouldn't that make him more likely to take her in? You would think so, wouldn't you? But no, he doesn't want a thing to do with her. You've asked? Tears sprang to Elizabeth's eyes again. I've just been over to see him. He turned me down again. Betty looked incredulous. But that makes no sense. Here you're willing to, she shook her head, and Elizabeth saw the disgust on her face. I'm glad, Betty. Imagine having someone like that as your husband. You found out in time. Oh, I thought he was a nice person, a good person. So did I. I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. So sorry. So, you're going to raise her with your folks? Elizabeth pressed her hand to her mouth. Her stomach churned inside her. She shook her head. No, dat won't hefite. What? He's ashamed, I think. But still, I know. Do you think I can stay here for a while? The two of us? Here. Betty frowned, and then she nodded. I'll have to tell my folks the truth. I know. They aren't gossipers. I know they aren't. Will they mind? I don't think so. I think you staying here for a while will be fine. I'll go ask them. She stood up. Perhaps I'll take Noel with me. I'm going to stay up here. I want them to be able to speak freely. They'll agree, Betty said. Now that I think about it, I'm sure they'll agree. Just then, they heard the sound of a horse's neigh and wheels crunch over the gravel outside. Betty hurried to her window. Oh, someone else is here. She paused. It's Caleb Kurtz. She swirled to stare at Elizabeth. Is he here for you? Elizabeth hurried to the window and peered below. It was Caleb. What was he doing here? Had he followed her? Why else would he be visiting Betty's family? Betty handed the baby to Elizabeth and hurried toward the bedroom door. I'm going downstairs. I'll find out what's going on. And she flew out of the room. Elizabeth began pacing, gently patting Noel's back. She could hear the door open below and hear mumbled voices, but she couldn't make anything out. Kayla, what are you doing here? She wondered. Chapter 18. Not 2 minutes later, she heard Betty bounding up the steps. She rushed into the room. He has been looking for you, she said. He knows you have the Bopley. But how? He saw you leave your house. He's worried about you. He went by Stephen's place and your buggy wasn't there. So he took a chance that you might be here with me. He wants to talk to you. But go on down. She grasped Elizabeth's arm. I told my folks real quick like what's going on. I hope that was all right. They heard you come in earlier and now with Caleb showing up wanting you. Elizabeth shook her head. It's all right. People are going to know anyway. Go on down. He's right worried about you. She leaned close. Elizabeth, is he in love with you? Elizabeth reared back. What? No. He just wants to help is all. Right. We've talked about that before. And it doesn't look like that to me. But go on down. Elizabeth swallowed, and holding Noel close, she went down the stairs. Betty's parents were standing in the entryway with Caleb. They looked at her kindly, and she knew that yes, they would let her stay. And then she looked up at Caleb. He was worried. Lissa, can you come for a buggy ride with me? She looked at Betty's parents, and they nodded at her. She shifted Noel in her arms. She hadn't even taken off her coat yet, so she followed Caleb outside and down to his buggy. He opened the door for her, and she climbed inside. He ran around to this side and got in, the buggy dipping under his weight. He picked up the reins and snapped them on his horse's rump. Her heart was pounding wildly, and her throat was dry. Neither of them said a word until they were well on the road. Is that Kathryn's Bopley? He asked. She nodded. The girl who came in the car brought it? I was in the toy shop and saw. Yeah, the Bopley's a girl. Noel. He smiled then, a slow, pleasant smile. I like that name. For Christmas time, ain't so? She nodded again. Did you go see Stephen? I did. There was a silence, and then it didn't go well. Elizabeth bit her lip. She felt like crying all over again, but she couldn't let herself. It wouldn't help anything. And no, I am sorry. He looked back to the road. She squared her shoulders. I'm not. Stephen was a mistake. His gaze flew to hers. Why? Why do you say that? Because it's true. So true that it hurts. He frowned. Has he hurt you? She licked her lips and sighed. I'll get over it. Anger flashed across his face. I'm sorry, he said again. He's the father. Caleb yanked up on the reins, stopping the buggy at the side of the road. He turned to her. What? He's the father. He betrayed me with my own sister. Her throat was so tight she could barely get the words out. No, no, that can't be true. It is. He admitted it. So he will take the child? Or marry you? Neither. She tightened her grip on Noel, who was fast asleep. And I don't want him to marry me. Not anymore. I haven't for a while, in fact. But now I'm certain. I've never been so certain. So, you're going to raise Noel with your folks. She looked at him, and his expression softened. Oh, he whispered. I am sorry. Your dad. You know I love your family. But I know that your dad can be a stubborn man. In time, he'll change his mind. She shook her head. I don't think so. Ma'am will. But not that. Lissa. His voice was soft. He reached over and touched her hand. I meant what I said before. I will marry you. Again, she wanted to burst into tears. She swallowed hard. It wouldn't be right. Why not? I'm offering. He leaned close and pulled back the blanket surrounding Noelle. Oh, she's a lovely girl. I'll be her dad. Elizabeth's breath caught. He was so wonderful. So kind. So generous. She watched as he gently touched Noelle's cheek with his finger. Noelle's eyes fluttered open, and she stared up at Caleb with such trust that Elizabeth couldn't breathe. Oh, Caleb murmured. Hello, Noelle. I am Caleb. Caleb glanced up at Elizabeth, and his eyes were warm and full of wonder. Lissa, he whispered. She's beautiful. You don't have to do this alone. Elizabeth tried to swallow, but her throat was full and heavy. All she really wanted to do was lean into Caleb, feel his strength, let him do just as he offered, marry her and take them home with him. Instead, she said, I can stay with Betty and her family for a while. Come home with me. My ma'am is there. She'll welcome you. And then we can talk about the future later. I know this is a lot right now. We have a spare room. It will all be appropriate and proper, I promise. He spoke earnestly, his eyes urging her to accept. And my dad will be angry with you. Caleb drew in a sharp breath. Likely so. He might not want you working for him anymore. I've thought of that. And you're all right with that. Marry me, Lissa. She gulped, and the tears that were so close to the surface now dripped down her cheeks. It wouldn't be, she stopped, not wanting to continue. Was she crazy for not accepting him? As they sat so close together, she couldn't ignore her feelings, nor could she admit to him the truth. That she had fallen for him. She wanted to marry him. She did. But at the same time, she didn't want him to be her husband only because of obligation. Obligation? Oh, that was what Stephen should have felt. This wasn't obligation for Caleb. It was generosity. But still, it wasn't love. She wanted a husband who loved her. Noelle stretched, her tiny arms reaching for the top of the buggy. She was so sweet. Didn't she deserve a mother and a father? I'll go to your house, she said. Oh, I'm so glad. A grin overtook his features. Thank you, Lissa. Ma'am will be overjoyed to have you both. I need to tell Betty, and I need to take my dad's horse and buggy back home. I'll follow you. Then I'll take you home. I'll take you home. The words rang through her heart and mind. Her own home wouldn't be home to her any longer. The thought was disquieting and more than a little unsettling. But Elizabeth kept her eyes on Noelle. She was worth it. Elizabeth would do whatever was necessary to keep Noelle safe and happy and thriving. Caleb turned the buggy around as soon as he found a wide spot in the road. He snapped the reins, and they were quickly back at Betty's place. Can I leave Noelle with you for a moment? I'll run in and get her bag. You can leave her with me whenever you need to. He smiled at her again, and her pulse quickened. Thank you, she uttered, carefully handing Noelle to him and getting out of the buggy. Betty was waiting for her and opened the door before she even knocked. There's been a change of plans, Elizabeth said. I'm going to stay with Caleb and his ma'am. Betty's eyes widened. You are? Then you're. Before she could utter the words marrying him, Elizabeth cut in. No, not now. I'm mostly staying with his mother. It sounded better that way. You're sure? Betty asked, giving her a meaningful look. Elizabeth nodded. You're welcome here, Betty said. My parents know what's happened and understand. Thank you, but no. Elizabeth started up the stairs with Betty beside her. I'm going to get her bag. If things don't work out there, may I come back? Of course you can. Betty's eyes filled with tears. You're right brave, Elizabeth. Brave. Elizabeth shook her head. I don't feel brave. I just feel, well, I feel determined. Your folks will be angry with you. They already are. Will you tell me how it's going? Elizabeth stopped outside Betty's room and gave her friend a quick hug. Of course I will. Thank you, Betty. Thank you for everything. Chapter 19. Back home, Elizabeth unhitched Dixie and put her in her stall, making sure she had grain and water. Then she ran toward the house. Caleb had followed her in his buggy with Noelle in her car seat. He now sat in his buggy at the end of the drive, waiting for her. She swallowed and took a gulping breath before going inside through the side door. She ran quickly through the kitchen and up the stairs to her room. Being later afternoon in December, her room was already nearly dark. She didn't bother lighting her lamp, however. She knew well where everything was, and it wasn't much. She grabbed the small suitcase under her bed and opened it. She quickly cleared out her drawers and snatched her few dresses from their pegs. They all fit in the suitcase, although it was a bit hard to latch closed. She paused to gaze around the shadowy room. "Goodbye," she whispered. A surreal sense filled her. Was she really leaving her home forever? Was this really goodbye? She picked up her suitcase and nearly smacked into her mother, who was standing in the doorway. "Where are you going?" "Where's the Bopley?" "We're going to stay with the Kurtzes." She might as well tell her mother. The news would travel quickly enough. "With Caleb?" Her mother's voice rose. "Your father is going to." "I know," Elizabeth cut her off. "Caleb is prepared for that. But his mother will welcome me and the Bopley." Her voice faded, her stalwart position wavering. It was too strange, too huge, too everything. Her mother sucked in a breath. "Your father won't see you. Not if you keep the Bopley. Won't you consider?" "No, ma. Noelle is my daughter now. When you change your minds, if you change your minds, you'll be most welcome to see us both." With that, she picked up her suitcase and left the room quickly, brushing by her mother. Her heart hurt, and she nearly faltered on the way down the stairs, but she kept going. She kept going right out of the house and into the cold December air. She kept going even though she heard her father call her name as she went through the door. The air felt good on her face. She ran down the drive, and Caleb leaned over to open her door from the inside. "You have everything?" he asked. "All I'll need," she answered, putting the suitcase in the back seat. She squeezed herself in beside the car seat. "Let's go." Caleb flicked the reins, and they were on their way. Caleb stopped the buggy right outside his front porch. He would attend to the horse later. He got out and hurried around to help Elizabeth, and insisted on carrying Noelle in her car seat. Elizabeth carried her suitcase and the baby's bag. Caleb watched Elizabeth and saw her chew the corner of her lip. She was nervous, he understood that. But he knew his mother. She would take this in stride. In truth, she'd be delighted. They climbed the old wooden steps to the front door. He usually came in the side door, so his mother would know something was up. He turned the knob and nodded for Elizabeth to walk in first. "That's you, Caleb?" He heard his mother call from the kitchen. "Supper is about ready." "Ma'am," he called back. "Can you come in here?" "What are you coming in the front door for?" "Patience," Kurtz asked, walking into the entryway while wiping her hands on a dish towel. She looked at Elizabeth, and then her eyes darted to the car seat he was holding. "ACH, who's this?" She hurried across the entryway and bent to look into the car seat. "Ah, she's so sweet. It is a girl, ain't so?" She stood up straight and looked at him. Then she turned to Elizabeth. "Hello, Elizabeth. How nice to see you." Caleb had to give his mother credit. She was taking it all in stride, just as he knew she would. "Come through, and I'll get you some tea," she said. "Oh, but it's cold out there, ain't so? Is the Bopley tired? I have an old cradle." She looked at him. "Caleb, run up to the attic. The cradle's by the window up there. Here, take the lantern. It shouldn't take but a jiffy to locate it." Caleb grinned and took the lantern. He glanced at Elizabeth. She looked blindsided and about ready to drop. He hesitated. "You all right, Lissa? I'll only be a minute." She blinked and nodded. He stepped into the dining area and set the car seat on the table. His mother and Elizabeth both followed him. Elizabeth set about unstrapping Noelle. He hurried off up the stairs. He didn't want to leave Elizabeth for too long. His heart burned for her. There'd been an awful lot happen that day. She'd stood up under it magnificently, but she looked to be at the end of her endurance. He took the steps two at a time. His mind flashed to Stephen, the rotten excuse for a man. Who did that? Who rejected his own child? After carrying on with his beau's sister? It was beyond belief. He shoved down his anger, for he knew that without Stephen's cowardice, Elizabeth and Noel wouldn't be in his home right this very minute. He should thank Stephen. That was what he should do. Elizabeth cradled Noel. Patience bustled about in the kitchen getting tea ready. Elizabeth couldn't believe she hadn't asked whose baby it was or why they were there. She had to be burning with curiosity. She came in with a tray of 3 steaming cups and set it on the table. I think she's hungry, Elizabeth said, for Noel was fussing now. Let me take her and you can get her bottle ready, Patience said, reaching out. When Elizabeth put Noel in her arms, Patience began clucking softly. Noel settled a bit, looking up at the stranger with wide, teary eyes. I'll do this as quick-like as I can, Elizabeth said, taking an empty bottle and the can of formula toward the kitchen. Do you have hot water? We surely do, Patience said, her eyes still on the baby. Elizabeth fixed the bottle fairly quickly. When she returned to the dining area, Caleb was back, an old wooden cradle by his feet. I found it. Patience grinned. I didn't know we'd have use for it so soon. She turned to Elizabeth. After feeding this little one, you can put her down for a bit. Not for a bit, but for the night, Elizabeth thought, but Patience wouldn't know that. Here's tea for you too. I'll get clean sheets for the cradle and spiff it up a bit, just to make sure it's clean. It was covered up there, wasn't it, Caleb? Yuh, Mum. With a quilt. Good. So it shouldn't be too bad. Sit down, son, and have some tea. And with that, she was off to find sheets. Elizabeth held Noel in her arms again, and she teased the bottle into the baby's mouth. Noel latched on and guzzled. Caleb was staring at them. Elizabeth could feel it. She looked up at him and smiled. Your ma'am is wonderful. That she is. Did you tell her anything? No, I didn't have the chance. Would you like me to? Yeah. But maybe you should do it in private. That way, she can say no if she wants to. Lissa, she would never say no. And Elizabeth believed him. Patience came in with bedding in her arms. Don't rightly know where I put the cradle sheets. We'll have to make do with the twin size. I'll tuck it well under and it should be fine. We can swaddle the bopley and won't need a covering quilt. Swaddle the bopley, Elizabeth thought. She knew how to do that, and she knew that newborns felt safer when they were swaddled. She was suddenly very grateful for the many times she'd cared for her cousins when they were babies. Now, how's it going with the bottle? Patience asked. Right fine, Elizabeth said. I think she's about done. She's falling asleep again. Newborns can sleep away most of the hours in a day. Patience chuckled. She's a sweet one, she is. I should change her diaper, Elizabeth said. I'll get a bucket and fill it with water. No need, Elizabeth told her. I have some disposable diapers for now. Patience raised a brow. All right. Well, we can take care of that later. I've saved some good cloth diapers for my own kinner. Elizabeth wanted to weep with relief. Patience somehow figured out that she and Noel might be staying for a good while. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered the diapers. Her gaze flew to Caleb, who was smiling. Elizabeth blinked back her tears as she changed the bopley on the bench. Then she wrapped her tightly in her blanket. She's ready. Now that I think of it, perhaps we should move the cradle to the front room, Patience said. Caleb, why don't you set it up close to the warming stove? All right, ma'am, Caleb said, jumping up to do her bidding. Elizabeth and Patience followed him into the front room. Elizabeth set Noel down in the cradle. She was already sound asleep, and she didn't stir. Elizabeth patted her gently for a while and then sank into a nearby rocker. Patience sat in another rocker. She looked at Elizabeth with compassion and then said, Now, you can tell me as much or as little as you like. But given that Caleb has brought you into the house, I'm thinking you have no place to stay. Elizabeth took a big breath, and despite her best efforts, she began to cry. Patience scooted her rocker closer and patted Elizabeth's knee. There, child. You cry all you like. When you're ready, you can tell me your story. Caleb had sat on the davenport, and he was watching them both with an odd look on his face. Elizabeth glanced at him, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Was he still glad he'd brought them home with him? She swallowed with difficulty and wiped her tears with her hands. Noelle is my sister's Bopley. Kathryn's daughter? Yeah, I see. Kathryn has been gone for some time. She's been in Linder Creek with my auntie. The Bopley was to be given up for adoption. I think my auntie had it arranged. She coughed and wiped her tears again. I didn't want the Bopley raised outside the family. I wanted to raise her myself. Patience patted her knee again, but didn't say anything. Well, my folks don't agree. They're ashamed, and I do understand that, but still, Elizabeth breathed in deeply. I was trying to figure out what to do when the Bopley was brought to me. Elizabeth couldn't bear to reveal why Kathryn had sent Noel to her. It was just too humiliating. And despite Stephen's betrayal, she couldn't quite bring herself to besmirch his reputation, even if she was quite certain Patience wouldn't gossip about it. So, Kathryn knew you would care well for the little one. Patience smiled at her, and she was clearly right. Elizabeth felt her cheeks burn with the compliment. Ma'am, you need to know something, Caleb interrupted. Elizabeth knew what he was going to say, and she stiffened. Maybe you should wait, Elizabeth said, nervous all over again. After she and Noel were there for a while, he might change his mind. He might realize that he didn't want to marry her and take on a ready-made family after all. But Caleb was having none of it. There ain't any reason to wait. I want ma'am to know how it stands. Patience turned to her son, her brow raised, her forehead creased with concern. What is it, son? I've asked Elizabeth to marry me. His words echoed in the ensuing silence. Elizabeth was afraid to watch Patience's face, but she couldn't look away. Patience looked from her son to Elizabeth to the baby and back to her son. I see, she blinked and her forehead creased. And then her expression relaxed and she smiled. If Elizabeth agrees, then I will gladly welcome both her and little Noel into the family. Elizabeth gasped. But, you must know I never asked him to do. Stop, Lissa, Caleb said gently. She knows you would never presume. My ma'am knows me well. She'll know this was my idea. Patience nodded, her eyes now misted with tears. I welcome you both, she repeated. And Elizabeth, don't you fret. I know this would be my son's doing. She started rocking, and her smile seemed to widen with each rocking of the chair. I declare that it's time we had a little one in this house again. And the dear Lord knows, I've been hankering for some female company. She laughed. This is good. This is very good. But Elizabeth's mind whirled. There was simply too much happening too fast. She couldn't keep up. She felt breathless and exhausted and pressured. Lissa hasn't agreed yet, ma'am. And that's all right. I told her she could stay either way. Why, of course she can, Patience said quickly. She looked at Elizabeth. Oh, child, you look done in. Why don't I ready one of our extra rooms for you? Can you, she looked at Caleb, can you carry the cradle up to my room then? Of course he can, Patience said, rising now. Noel needs to be with you. They were all up now. Patience had gone to the entryway and picked up Elizabeth's suitcase. Elizabeth took Noel from the cradle, so Caleb could carry it back upstairs. They all went up to the second room on the right. Patience quickly lit a lantern, for it was completely dark. It's cold in here. I'll bring an extra quilt. It was chilly, but by now Elizabeth was so tired she could have fallen asleep standing up. Caleb put the cradle beside the inviting-looking bed, and Elizabeth tucked Noel into it once again. Patience came back in carrying a lovely white and yellow quilt, which she promptly spread on the bed. Now, why don't you settle in, Elizabeth? I'll bring up some supper for you. You must be famished, too. Elizabeth suddenly realized that she was hungry. She hadn't even thought about it. Do you need anything else, Lissa? Caleb asked. He was so close to her she could smell the scent of the outdoors on him, the scent of the barn and the hay and the winter air. His eyes glistened as he looked at her with such tenderness that once again, she wanted to cry. Oh, but she had to stop all this crying. It was too much. And no, I'm fiending. Thank you, she managed to get out. I'll leave you then and see you in the morning. See you in the morning. Elizabeth was glad for it. She wanted to see this kind, loving man in the morning. She hadn't known that such kindness as she was finding here in this house existed. Caleb and Patience both left the room. Elizabeth put on her nightgown and with the lantern found the bathroom. When she returned to her room, she pulled back the covers. After leaning over and checking on Noel, who was breathing softly, she climbed into bed. She pulled up the covers, but left the lantern burning for Patience when she brought up her supper. She laid her head down on the cool pillow for just a moment, and that was the last thing she remembered. Chapter 20. Elizabeth shot up in bed. What was that noise? And where was she? And then she remembered. She jumped up in the dark and fumbled for the cradle. Noel was crying up a storm. She picked her up and realized the child was soaking. How did that happen? Didn't she put the diaper on correctly? She needed some light. She groped for the lantern and nearly knocked over a plate that was clearly full of food. Her dinner. She'd fallen asleep before Patience had brought it up. She found the lantern and the matches, but had to put Noel down on the bed so she could light the lamp. A golden circle of light filled the room. Shoo, shoo, she crooned to Noel. You're hungry, I imagine. Give me a minute. But Noel was in no mood to give anyone a minute. Her crying turned to screaming, and Elizabeth quickly dug into the bag for another empty bottle. Oh, she must have left the can of formula downstairs. Now, she'd have to go down with a screaming baby and wake up the whole household. Her bedroom door opened, and Patience came in, carrying another lantern. I see you're handling things, she said over the baby's cries. But I'm not. I forgot the can of formula downstairs, Elizabeth said a bit frantically. Here, give her to me and you can run down and make the bottle. Elizabeth gave her a squirming Noel, snatched up her lantern, and flew from the room and down the stairs. She managed to make a bottle fairly rapidly, and she hurried back up. When she got there, Patience was just finishing putting a fresh diaper on Noel. Noel was squirming and kicking and crying. There, she'll be much more comfortable eating now. She handed the baby to Elizabeth. Elizabeth sat and rubbed the nipple over Noel's lower lip until she latched on, sucking and gasping like her life depended on it. I'm sorry to have awakened you, she told Patience, who had now sat on the bed with them. Oh, honey, it won't be the last time. She chuckled. Still, I don't want to be a nuisance. Patience laid her hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. A nuisance? Never. A Bopley is never a nuisance, and child, truth be told, I'm delighted you're here. She glanced around the room. This room hasn't been used for years. It's happy now. The whole house will be happier now. Elizabeth blinked back sudden tears. If you say yes to my Caleb, I'll be right pleased. But if you don't, well, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Thank you. Elizabeth looked at the older woman and saw that she was completely sincere. I don't know what I'm going to do, she said haltingly. You don't have to know tonight. No, but I want to tell you that, Elizabeth swallowed and continued. Your son told me a couple weeks ago that he'd marry me and help raise this Bopley. He is the noblest person I know. Patience took in a slow, long breath. Yeah, he is. My Caleb is a noble person. He's taking care of me, taking care of the mess his father left. She wasn't looking at Elizabeth anymore. She had a faraway look in her eyes, as if she were gazing at something only she could see. Elizabeth knew she was referring to her late husband's debt. And she also knew that because of her and Noel, Caleb would likely lose his part-time job with her father. She felt badly about it, too. It was nearly Christmas, and now because of her, these wonderful people would have even less cause to celebrate the holiday, even less cause to be grateful. I can think of somewhere else to go, she said. I don't have to stay here. Patience gave a start. What? No. Don't you even think such a thing. I want you here. Caleb wants you here. She leaned close, peering at Noel, who was suckling quietly now. We both want you and Noel with us for as long as we can have you. She glanced up at Elizabeth. Hopefully forever. Caleb hesitated outside the door of the toy shop. He could hear Walter inside, pounding on something. He sucked in a breath and opened the door, stepping inside. Walter looked up momentarily, nodded a greeting, and went back to hammering. So he didn't know. Elizabeth's father had no idea that she was staying with him. That was a surprise. Bernice must not have said a thing the evening before. Caleb needed to tell him, and right now. Otherwise, it could be seen as a deception. Caleb didn't bother to take off his coat. He was fairly sure Walter would ask him to leave after he'd had his say, which would be a hardship for the toy shop. Caleb knew there were last-minute, frantic orders before Christmas arrived in 2 days. Good morning, Walter, Caleb said. Walter grunted. I think we can finish these last straggling orders easily today if we put our shoulders to it. Yeah, I'm glad to help you. There is one thing, though, Caleb paused. Huh, what thing? Take your coat off, boy. Let's get to it. Lissa and the Bopley are at my house. Walter froze, his hammer in midair. Then slowly, ever so slowly, he set the hammer down and turned to face Caleb head on. What? Lissa and Noel are staying at my place. I've offered to marry her. She hasn't answered me yet. Walter's jaw worked. Caleb could see it clearly beneath his beard. He saw how Walter clenched and unclenched his fists. And then, the older man's breath seeped out and his shoulders slumped. He stared at Caleb, and Caleb met his gaze. He wasn't going to avert his eyes. He wasn't going to apologize. He wanted Elizabeth, and he was completely fine with bringing the precious baby into his life. In truth, he was eager to have them both. Elizabeth is with you, Walter repeated, his voice thick and somewhat hoarse. And the Bopley? Ja, Noel is there too. You're going to destroy Kathryn's reputation? Walter asked, his eyes piercing. I will say nothing, Caleb said. In his mind, there was no need to explain Noel's presence. He would take her as his daughter. Kathryn's name needn't be mentioned. Not that people wouldn't speculate. You that Bopley's father? Caleb blanched. Was that what Walter thought? No, he answered stiffly. Walter had the decency to look a bit embarrassed. I had to ask. You're asking the wrong man, Caleb wanted to shout. Elizabeth and Stephen are courting. Her ma'am, and I guess that a long time ago. What of him? What of him? Caleb wanted to toss back. That poor excuse of a man wasn't worthy of Elizabeth. Or Noel. The Bopley needs to go back. Walter set his jaw. To Linder Creek? My sister has it all arranged. Lissa wants to raise the Bopley. It ain't right. Lissa has her mind set. Then she'll have to unset it, Walter said sharply. I'm still her father. Still her authority. You sheltering her don't change that. You're going against the will of God. Caleb flinched. He'd known Walter wouldn't react well, but he hadn't expected such a harsh reprisal. If she marries me, I will become her authority. He spoke the words clearly. They hung in the air, and Caleb held his stiff posture with effort. It wasn't Caleb's way to speak to an elder with disrespect, but he couldn't back down. Love for Elizabeth surged through him, and he knew he would do anything for her, even if it meant standing up to her father. Shut the door on your way out, Walter said. His expression was cold and hard, and Caleb knew there would be no reasoning with him now. He turned on his heel and left the shop. Once outside, he wasn't sure what to do. If he went back home, Elizabeth would know immediately what had happened, and he wanted to protect her from that. But there was nothing for it. She was going to know sooner or later. Anyway, with a heavy sigh, he got on his bicycle and pedaled home with the freezing air biting at his face. When he got back, he put his bicycle in the barn and went into the house. Immediately, he heard Noel crying and the voices of his mother and Elizabeth. Oh, we just changed her, Elizabeth was saying. Sometimes little ones just cry, his mother was assuring her. It doesn't have to mean they're hungry or have a wet diaper. But what's wrong then? Just walk her and talk to her. She's had a lot of changes lately. You're right, Elizabeth replied, lowering her voice now as Noel's cries had turned into hiccups. Caleb went through to the front room where they were. Caleb, you back so soon? His mother asked. Yeah, I thought I'd work on those 2 creaking steps we have, he said, pointing to the stairway. Elizabeth stared at him, and he could see the understanding in her eyes. Can I talk to Caleb a minute? She asked his mother. Chapter 21. Elizabeth's stomach twisted. She could see by the look in Caleb's eyes that something had happened, and she feared she already knew what. Her presence there was already affecting Caleb and his mother negatively. But this was awful. Patience had exited the room, leaving them alone. He let you go, Elizabeth said. He's angry and he's let you go. Caleb looked decidedly uncomfortable. It's nearly Christmas. The jobs are almost done. Caleb, she said, patting Noel gently as she paced with her. Please don't try to cover the truth of it. He's angry that I'm here and he's let you go. You're right that the jobs are almost done. But I know what this day is like. Every year, there's a frantic last-minute Christmas order or 2. Caleb shrugged. He didn't want my help. That's his choice, and now I can work on those steps. She walked to him and stood in front of him. You don't care a fig about those steps. She looked into the deep brown of his eyes and felt a jolt at the warmth and integrity she saw there. You're a wonderful person, Caleb, she said, her voice breaking. Thank you for taking us in. Lissa, there was a gentle softness to his voice. If you marry me, all this will take care of itself. No, she answered, knowing it would never be that simple, not with her father. He is a stubborn man. You know him. I do know him. I also know he loves you. You're his daughter. He won't turn his back on you forever. She shook her head, a terrible sadness filling her. What she was doing by defying him would never be settled. He wouldn't forgive her for this, ever. She looked down at Noel's sweet face as she now slept, snuggled against her chest. By taking this child, by raising her, by becoming her mother, she was in effect saying goodbye to her father. A wave of doubt swept over her and she wavered. "Lissa," Caleb said, alarmed. "Sit down. Are you all right?" She swallowed and steadied herself. "I'm fine. Perfectly fine." "Marry me?" She couldn't say yes. It wasn't right to drag Caleb into this. He didn't deserve it. And now, because of her, he'd lost income which he desperately needed. She would stay here a while longer and with much gratitude. But eventually, she was going to have to make her own way. She needed to find a place of her own, find a way to make a living. "Thank you, Caleb, but no." He winced at her rejection, but his expression quickly righted itself. "You're welcome here as long as you like," he said, almost as if he'd followed her train of thought. "Thank you," she murmured. She looked down again at Noelle. "I'll put her down and then help your ma'am in the kitchen." He nodded and stepped back. She'd hurt him, and she felt terrible about it. She swept around him and went up the stairs to her room where she lay Noelle in her cradle. Then she sank down on the edge of her bed. "I don't know what to do," she finally admitted to the empty room. "I think what I'm doing is right." She glanced upward. "Am I doing what is right, Lord? Or should I have kept out of it?" Noelle made a tiny grunting noise and shifted her head as she slept. Her little face was so sweet and so peaceful and so precious. Elizabeth leaned over her. "You are loved," she said softly. "You are deeply loved. Noelle should be with her family, her flesh and blood family. Shouldn't she?" Yet Elizabeth knew that adoptive parents would lavish love on her, too. And Noelle would have grown up happy and cherished with them, too. But Noelle was her niece, and Elizabeth couldn't turn her back on that fact. Noelle was her own sister's baby, and despite her fleeting doubts and confusion, she was blessed to be able to raise Noelle as her own. Without meaning to, Elizabeth ended up falling asleep on her bed. When she awoke with a start, some hour or so later, she felt ashamed. Here she planned to help patients in the kitchen, and she was up there napping. She checked on Noelle and then went down the stairs to the kitchen. "Oh, Patience, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep." Patience gave her a gentle look. "No harm done. I reckon you're as tired as Noelle right now." Elizabeth laughed. "I don't see why. I'm not a brand new person coming into the world. Honey, these last couple days haven't been easy for you." Elizabeth drew in a breath. Still, Patience waved her hand in the air. "I won't hear another word about it. You sleep when you can. Noelle will be waking up again during the night." Elizabeth laughed. "I suppose you're right. Oh, child, I'm always right." And with that, Patience laughed. "You can help me now by setting the table for the three of us. Of course. Use bowls, too. I've made a stew. So that's what smells so good." Patience beamed. "If you say so. Go on now." Elizabeth chuckled again and reached for the bowls. They would eat the meal in the dining area. So Elizabeth walked back and forth from the kitchen to set the table. She didn't see Caleb about. He wasn't fixing the stairs, which she figured hadn't needed fixing anyway. She wondered where he was. Just then she heard the side door open and shut, and a gust of cold air came swirling through the house. "Smells good, ma'am," she heard him say. "Wash up. It's nearly ready." Elizabeth smiled. She wished she could stay here forever. She was already growing very fond of Patience. Maybe she should accept Caleb's offer. Maybe she wasn't thinking straight. He was a wonderful good man, and she was drawn to him more than she wanted to admit. Still, something in her held back. She wanted a husband who truly loved her, not someone who just felt sorry for her. But wouldn't it be better for Noelle if she did say yes? Hadn't Elizabeth already realized that it would be better for the baby? She heard a horse and buggy outside and hurried to the window. Her breath caught. It was her family's horse and buggy. She turned and quickly set down the last glass and then went to the front door. She grabbed a shawl hanging by the door and stepped outside, bracing herself to face her father. But it wasn't her father. It was her mother. Bernice Wittner had come around from the driver's side. When she saw Elizabeth standing there, she paused, but only for a moment. Then she pulled her coat closer around herself and marched forward. And that was what it was, a march. Elizabeth went down the steps and met her mother on the narrow cement walkway. "Hello, ma'am." Elizabeth spoke quietly. She wished her mother was there to tell her to come home, that her father had reconsidered things. But Elizabeth knew that was a futile wish. "Where's the child?" "Noelle is sleeping." "She's upstairs." Her mother's face tightened. "I'm here too." "See Noelle." Elizabeth interrupted her. She had no idea why she'd spoken so rashly. Of course, her mother wasn't there to see Noelle. Was Elizabeth trying to punish her by speaking this? She pressed her lips together, ashamed. Her mother blinked, and her hands dropped from where she was grasping at the collar of her coat. I thought you might have her with you. I do have her with me, ma'am. But she's sleeping. Did her mother want to see the baby? I can take you up if you like. Bernice's eyes darted to the door behind Elizabeth. Then she inhaled deeply and focused back on her daughter. No, that isn't why I came. Ma'am. Elizabeth's voice was soft now. I can take you up. Neither Patience nor Caleb will mind. Her mother was wavering, and Elizabeth held her breath. How she wanted to take her mother upstairs. How she wanted to share the miracle and beauty of Noel with her. How she wanted. Your dad asked that I come, her mother said with obvious effort. I offered to come for him. He wants you back home. He said the Bopley can stay the night with us, but first thing tomorrow, he's made arrangements for a van to take the Bopley back to your auntie. Marge has all the details worked out. No, Elizabeth said. No, I won't come. Noelle is my daughter now. Would you give up your daughter? Bernice glared at her. Your sister is doing just that, she snapped. She won't identify the father. She won't wed. And now she's gone. Run off again. Marge hasn't seen her since the Bopley left. Your father had to tell her that we had the child. And that Kathryn didn't come home. Her voice caught again, and Elizabeth's heart ached for her. But she wouldn't back down regarding Noel. That decision was made, and it was final. I am sorry, ma'am. Truly I am. But Noel and I are a family now, too. With no father? The child, she stopped. So, you're going to marry Caleb? I don't know, Elizabeth said. I need some time to think. Think. Bernice shook her head. Your father has a solution to all of this. He wants you home. He's still the head of our household. You have a duty to. I'm not living under his roof anymore, Elizabeth said, drawing herself up to her full height, even though she was trembling. Standing up to her parents, refusing to obey, would never feel right to her. It went against every inch of training she'd ever had. But Noel's future was at stake, and the decision had been made. Bernice blanched. So I'm to lose both my daughters? Elizabeth's throat tightened with unshed tears. It doesn't have to be this way, she said, her voice thick. You and Dad can be part of this, part of Noel's life. And in the moment, something flickered across her mother's face, and Elizabeth knew. Her mother wanted nothing more than to do just that. But she was trapped. She couldn't do as her heart yearned, for she had to obey her husband. She had to abide by his wishes. Anything less than that for her mother would be completely unacceptable. A huge wave of sorrow crashed through Elizabeth, and she backed up until she could feel the step railing against her back to steady her. She sucked in a breath. I am sorry, ma'am. Bernice blinked rapidly. As so am I. I'll leave you then. Elizabeth wanted to reach out and touch her then, take her hand or grab her arm or something, but she was too late. Bernice had already turned and was practically bolting to the other side of the buggy. She got in quickly and snapped the reins. Before a minute had passed, she was out of sight. Elizabeth leaned more heavily against the railing, only then noticing just how cold it was outside. She gulped in a huge breath of air. The door behind her opened, and she heard footsteps down the porch steps. I'm sorry, Caleb said right behind her. That couldn't have been pleasant. Elizabeth turned to him. Did you hear us? No, but I saw her leave. I am sorry. Was it bad? Elizabeth began to cry. He opened his arms, and she leaned against him, pressing her cheek against his shirt. His arms felt wonderful around her, solid, steady, and strong. She stopped crying and sniffed, breathing him in. And then she forced herself upright again, and his arms fell away. I'm sorry for crying, she said, wiping her tears. Let's go back inside. I need to finish setting the table. Chapter 22. That afternoon, Elizabeth made a bottle for Noel and realized there wasn't enough formula left for another day. She'd have to go buy some. Patience had cloth diapers for her, so she wouldn't need to buy any of those, which would help immensely. Elizabeth had no idea how much formula cost, but she did have some money of her own. Not much, but some. She braced herself. If she had to buy formula, she was going to have to take Noel with her, which would cause tongues to start wagging. But there was no way around it. She supposed she might as well get it over with anyway. What was she planning to do? Hide out until the child turned 18? She smirked at such a silly thought. She glanced down at Noelle, who was happily gulping at the milk. I'll change you and bundle you up afterward, she said softly. How would you like a ride to the feed and supply? And then it dawned on her that she was going to have to borrow Caleb's buggy and horse. Oh, but she was becoming more and more beholden to him and his mother. Well, there was nothing for it. When she had Noelle ready to go, she went downstairs to ask about using the buggy. She figured Patience would be in the kitchen, but she was wrong. Caleb was in there, sitting at the table and drinking a cup of tea. Lissa, he said and stood up. Sit down, Caleb. You can't be jumping up every time I come into a room. She smiled at him. He looked at Noelle and frowned. Where are you going? Have you changed your mind? Are you taking her to your parents? No, she smiled again at his anxious tone. I need more formula. I thought maybe I could use your buggy and horse to go to the feed and supply. Of course you can. He glanced out the window. It could snow and it's awful cold. Why don't you leave Noelle with ma'am, and I'll take you. Elizabeth shook her head. Oh, I couldn't be so presumptuous. You aren't. I offered. But Noelle. Ma'am will be delighted. Patience walked into the kitchen. I'll be delighted with what? I'm taking Lissa to get some formula. Can you watch Noelle for us? For us? The words weren't lost on Elizabeth, nor were they lost on Patience, who was smiling widely. Nothing would make me happier, she said, reaching out for Noelle. Elizabeth relinquished her. I've just fed her and she's newly changed. Are you sure? Patience snuggled Noelle and kissed her downy head. I'm in heaven right now. You two run along. They all laughed, and Elizabeth kissed Noelle on her head, too, before running to grab her coat from the washroom. She and Caleb headed to the barn. I can help you hitch up the buggy, she offered. He looked at her and seemed ready to turn her down, but then he grinned. Sure, I'd love your help. The two of them had the buggy hitched in record time, and they got inside and headed down the road. Elizabeth felt Caleb watching her. What? She said, her voice light. I like this, he answered. Then he looked back out the front window and concentrated on driving. So do I, she wanted to reply. It felt good sitting by Caleb's side. It felt good to be in this together. It felt good to have such a man of integrity and kindness looking out for both her and Noelle. She quickly glanced out the side window. She was falling for him harder and harder. She'd known it was happening, but with all the turmoil of the last 2 days, she'd lost sight of the fact. But it came rushing toward her now, and she couldn't deny it. She was falling in love with Caleb Kurtz. She sneaked a peek at him, admiring his strong profile. He glanced over at her and winked. Winked. Even amidst all the seriousness lately, he winked at her. She laughed, grateful to feel lighthearted, if only for a moment or two. And then something occurred to her, and she began laughing heartily. What is it? He asked. I just realized how this is going to look. You and me walking into the feed and supply together and buying a can of formula for a Bopley. She laughed harder and then added, Can you imagine Eliza Troyer's reaction? ACH, but she'll go crazy. He laughed with her. The biggest tongue wagger of them all, he said between breaths. It's going to be worth everything to see the look on her face. That it is, Elizabeth said, clasping her hands to her chest as she kept laughing. When they'd both stopped long enough to breathe, they stared at each other. Elizabeth saw the affection in his eyes. Could it be more than just a friendly emotion? Could it be that he loved her? At least a little? Caleb. She said his name. That was all. He drew up on the reins, slowing his horse, and then he glanced around and pulled the buggy into a wide spot a bit further up. He turned to face her. Yah, Lisa. The lump in her throat was huge and her heart was beating wildly. The offer. I mean your offer. About marrying me? His eyes were intense on hers. She couldn't have looked away if she tried. That offer. He was nervous, tensed up. She could see it and feel it. His gaze deepened. He reached over and covered one of her hands with his. The warmth of his touch sent tingles straight to her heart. I have an answer, she began. The tension between them thickened, and Elizabeth wasn't sure her voice would even work anymore. She cleared her throat, and all of a sudden, she couldn't get breath. All she could do was stare at him. And then she nodded, slightly, almost imperceptibly. He gasped and leaned toward her, catching her up in a wild embrace. Oh, Lissa, he said against her ear. I'm right glad. So glad. He squeezed her tightly, and then backed away far enough to kiss her cheek, and her forehead and her nose. And then his lips lowered to her mouth. His kiss was gentle at first, tentative, hesitant, but then she moved her lips against his, and he moaned and deepened the kiss until all she knew was him. All she felt was him. Caleb. When he released her, his eyes danced with joy. You've made me a happy man, Lissa. I'll speak to the bishop. We can marry as soon as he says. But he'll want to know the reason for such a rush. Caleb touched her face gently with his fingers, tracing her cheek down to her chin. If you agree, I'll tell him everything. He's not one to gossip. No, you're right. He isn't. I reckon he'll be happy to marry us. She nodded, feeling more peace and rightness in her spirit than she had in a very long time. She reached out to touch his cheek, too, and he grabbed her hand, pressing it to his lips. Caleb. Yah, Lisa. Thank you. He shook his head. No, you mustn't thank me. I'm the one to be thanking you. He smiled at her, a winning smile full of joy. Then he pulled back out onto the road. He kept glancing at her and grinning the entire rest of the way to the feed and supply. Chapter 23. Despite her earlier humor, Elizabeth felt funny going into the feed and supply with Caleb at her side. Such a thing simply wasn't done. Not unless you were already published or already married. Yet, here she was walking right into the store. The fact was not lost on Eliza Troyer. When she saw them enter together, her brow shot up to her hairline. She leaned forward over the counter. Why, Elizabeth and Caleb. Greetings to you. Can I help you with something? Elizabeth bit her lip to keep from bursting into laughter when she walked to the counter and said, Where do you keep the cans of Bopley formula, Eliza? Eliza's eyes nearly popped from her head. Be Bopley formula, she repeated, her drill-like voice rising a notch. Caleb came to stand beside Elizabeth. Yah, Elisa. We'll be needing quite a little. You did say Bopley formula? Yah, Caleb replied. For human Bopless? Elizabeth could hardly keep still. Any other day, and this conversation would have sent her reeling with embarrassment. But right then, not 10 minutes after agreeing to marry this wonderful man beside her, she felt like she could handle anything, and even giggle about it. What was happening to her? Eliza's gaze darted between the two of them. Elizabeth glanced up at Caleb and couldn't help but notice his own amusement. Oh, the two of them were awful, teasing Eliza in such a way. Still, they didn't need to know where the formula was. Eliza bustled out from behind the counter and led them through the store. She paused at an aisle full of baby things. Right there on the bottom shelf. Thank you, Eliza, Elizabeth said and walked to where Eliza had pointed. She squatted down, grateful that there was only one choice of formula. Thankfully, it was the same brand that Kathryn had sent with Noel. That made things easy. She glanced at the price and nearly fell over. She had no idea formula was so expensive. She only had enough money for one of the larger cans. She plucked it off the shelf and stood up. Caleb reached over and took it from her. He handed it to Eliza. Put it on my tab, he said. Caleb. Elizabeth began to protest, but the decided look on his face stopped her. Can I help you with anything else? Eliza said. She looked ready to come apart with curiosity. That will be all, Elizabeth assured her. Back at the counter, Eliza slipped the can into a paper bag and handed it to Caleb. She licked her lips. I'm sure Bopley will adjust to the formula. If not, well, you come right on back. I can order a different kind. Thank you, Caleb told her with a smile. He placed his hand on the small of Elizabeth's back and guided her to the door. Anything at all, Eliza called after them. And Caleb, greet your man for me. And, by the way, just who's Bopley? But they were already out the door. Caleb glanced at Elizabeth and chuckled. That was terrible, Elizabeth said, laughing with him. She's going to go crazy trying to figure out whose Bopley we're buying for. Caleb stopped walking and turned to her. Our Bopley, he said softly. It's for our Bopley. Sudden tears burned Elizabeth's eyes. She blinked and smiled up at him. Ja, she agreed softly. Our Bopley. Caleb snapped the reins. He was in a hurry to get home from the bishop's. The visit had gone as he'd hoped it would. In truth, the bishop was grateful that Noel would be raised in Hollybrook. While he decried Kathryn's behavior, he applauded Elizabeth's and his. And most importantly, the bishop had agreed to marry them the following week, right after Christmas. It would be a small wedding, not the usual all-day affair in which nearly everyone in the district would be invited. 1 week didn't give them enough time to put all that together. Caleb's blood surged. In 1 week, he would be Elizabeth's husband and she would be his wife. In truth, he couldn't wait. Now, if only he could talk her parents into attending. He knew Walter Wittner well. He knew just how stubborn the man could be. But he also knew he loved his daughter. Hopefully, he would see his way clear to attend. Caleb regretted losing his job with Walter. He enjoyed working with the man, and he enjoyed working with the toys. Plus, he needed the money. There were no two ways around that. So, not only had he lost some income, but he was taking on 2 more mouths to feed. He should be worried. He should be concerned that it would set him back in paying off his father's debt. Which it would. But he couldn't bring himself to feel sorry about it. Not even a little. He was so in love with Elizabeth that he would give anything to take her as his wife. And he was already smitten with little Noelle. He was proud to be her father. His thoughts flitted to Stephen once again. How could he have given up both Elizabeth and his own daughter? Caleb had no understanding of that at all. But he was grateful. Oh yes, he was grateful. He began whistling a tune in his warm buggy. The air outside was frigid, but inside his covered buggy, it was toasty, thanks to the heater. He was glad when his mother had insisted they put it in the winter before. He wouldn't want little Noelle to be cold when they took her about. Oh, but he needed to have some kind of Christmas gift for Elizabeth and Noelle. It was already Christmas Eve. He knew that his mother and Elizabeth would be busy all day in the kitchen. He hadn't even given gifts a thought until that moment. Goodness, but what kind of husband would he make if he forgot things like that? Still, he'd been quite busy and distracted of late. He laughed with the pure joy of it all. He knew how to work with wood. He could make something for Noelle. But what could he do for Elizabeth? Thank goodness, he had bought a little something for his mother way back in early November during the fall festival in town. He'd tucked away the delicate embroidered handkerchief in his bedside table. When he bought it, the lady had put it in a beautiful cloth bag that was decorated with a Christmas pattern. He drove the buggy straight to the barn and got out and unhitched the horse. He would have to spend the rest of the day in the barn, working with the wood. He glanced at the house and could see movement through the kitchen window. He wanted to go right on in and see Elizabeth, watch her bustle about, hear her voice. Oh man, get a hold of yourself, he said with a chuckle. Get into the barn and get busy. So that was what he did. Caleb only dashed into the house at noontime to eat a bite. Of course, he told Elizabeth and his mother the outcome of his conversation with the bishop. His mother beamed and Elizabeth's eyes shone, and she pressed her hand to her mouth. He saw how it pleased her, and his heart pounded in his chest. But then, he dashed back out to the barn, saying he had things to take care of. Around supper time, he heard a horse and buggy in the drive. That was odd. He wasn't expecting anyone, and it was nearing dark. He went to the door of the barn and looked out. His breath caught when he saw Stephen Gingrich get out of the buggy. He tossed down his chisel and strode across the lawn. Stephen, he questioned, catching him before he climbed the porch steps. Stephen turned. Oh, Caleb. Can I help you? Stephen's brow furrowed. I need to talk to Elizabeth. Lissa is busy. Lissa? Stephen frowned, looking momentarily confused. I need to talk to her. Caleb's eyes narrowed. What was this? Did Stephen know? Did he already know they were getting married? But how could he? The bishop wouldn't be blathering on about it. The front door opened, and Elizabeth came out with a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Stephen, she questioned, what are you doing here? He wants to talk to you, Caleb said, his voice gruff. Elizabeth drew in a breath. It's all right, Caleb. I'll talk to him. Caleb hesitated, not liking this one bit. Stephen gave him an acid look, and Caleb only just kept himself from saying what he was thinking. But he wouldn't do that in Elizabeth's hearing. He looked at Elizabeth again, and she nodded at him. Grudgingly, he turned and walked back to the barn. But he wasn't going to go back to work. No. He'd stand in the doorway and watch until Stephen left. He didn't trust that guy. Chapter 24. Elizabeth began to tremble. Not wanting Stephen to notice, she hugged the shawl around herself more tightly. We can sit here on the porch. We can go for a ride, Stephen said. It'd be warmer. No. There was no way she was riding with him. Not anymore. Besides, what would Caleb think if she went off with Stephen? It's cold out here. Lissa. Don't call me that, she cried. Just don't. He gave her a narrow look and with a sigh, sat down on the porch swing. He patted the spot next to him. Elizabeth sat on a rocker. What do you want? How are you? He asked. Why do you want to know? She asked. working to keep her voice from rising. Why are you here, Stephen? I heard you were here. I ran into Betty. Betty told you. Elizabeth could hardly believe it. I kind of I kind of forced it out of her. What do you want? How is how is the Bopley? Her name is Noelle, and she's fine. Elizabeth's voice was curt and angry sounding, but suddenly she realized she wasn't angry. She was disappointed and sad, but she wasn't angry. The realization startled her, and then she smiled. What's so funny? Stephen asked. Nothing. Nothing's funny. She stood. If that's all, sit down. I only just got here. Saturday, what is it, then? What else do you want? I think that maybe he visibly swallowed, and she could feel the effort he was making to speak. I think that, well, I wonder if I wasn't a bit quick with my decision. Elizabeth sucked in her breath. What do you mean? Fear grabbed her. I loved you, Elizabeth. We were good together. I think that we should try it again. What? She cried, jumping to her feet. No, no, I won't do it. I won't. You gave me up when I wanted to raise your Bopley. Stephen, you wanted nothing to do with either of us. Nothing. His eyes turned pleading. It was a mistake. I think we should try again. Slow like. Slow. Her voice raised no matter how she tried to soften it. Slow. I've got a growing Bopley inside the house. These people, these wonderful, warm-hearted people, have taken us in. I know that. I'm grateful for it. You can stay here, but we can court again. Court. She gaped at him. She shook her head. No, I'm getting married, Stephen. Married. Now it was his turn to jump up. What? He glanced back at the barn. To him? To Caleb? Ja, to Caleb. We're going to raise Noelle together. But I'm willing to court you again, Elizabeth. Doesn't that mean anything? And in time, well, maybe in time we can. There is no we, Stephen. None at all. We're over. He blinked and stared at her as if he couldn't understand her words. Elizabeth took a gulping breath, forcing herself to calm down. It's all right. I'm going to be all right. Noelle is going to be better than all right. You don't have to worry about either of us. He blinked again. I don't love you anymore. She sighed heavily, feeling the weight of her words. It's over. You're off the hook. Off the... You can go, Stephen. Married? You're to be married? Yeah. And I'm happy. I'm in love with Caleb. It felt wrong to say those words out loud for the first time to her former beau. But they were true, and she relished the truth of them. But go on home, Stephen. That's what you really want to do. Anyway, you don't really want the Bopley. And she and I come together. But, he said again. He looked both confused and sorry. And small. He looked small. Elizabeth couldn't understand it. He stood taller than she did. But he had shrunk somehow. She felt a surge of pity for him. He took a few steps away from her and then hesitated, turning back around. I am sorry, Elizabeth. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak anymore. Tears gathered in her eyes and fell down her cheeks. He saw them and flinched slightly. Then he turned and left, his footsteps gaining speed as he neared his buggy. The minute he set his reins to his horse's rump and his buggy started rolling, Caleb came striding across the yard to her. Lissa, he said, grabbing her hands. Are you all right? What did he want? She looked up into her beloved's eyes and smiled through her tears. A final goodbye, she said softly. He came for a final goodbye. And then she fell into his arms and snuggled beneath his chin. He kissed the top of her cap and led her back inside. Elizabeth woke early. It was still pitch dark outside. She shivered. It was going to be a cold Christmas day. She looked toward the cradle. Even though in the dark she couldn't see it well. She lay absolutely still until she detected Noelle's soft breathing. The gentle sound warmed her heart. She pushed back the quilts and got up, tiptoeing to the cradle. She reached out and set her hand on Noelle's tummy, a whisper light touch so as not to awaken her. Christmas. She drew in a deep breath. It was going to be so different from Christmases of her past. She wouldn't be helping her mother in the kitchen, laughing and joking as they got the noon meal ready. Her sister wouldn't be there. Elizabeth's heart was heavy as she thought of Kathryn. What was she doing? Where was she? Dear God, watch over her. Wherever she is, let her know she is loved. Noelle snorted softly and shifted in the cradle. Elizabeth shivered again. She grabbed the dress she'd laid out for the day. In the dark, she got dressed. Her hair still hung long and heavy down her back. She'd run to the bathroom first, and then twisted into a bun. Not bothering to light a lamp, for it could wake up Noelle, she slipped from the room and hurried down the hallway in her stocking feet. Just as she reached the door, Caleb came out of the bathroom, holding a lantern high. "Oh, Lissa," he said softly. "I am sorry. Did I scare you?" She smiled up at him, loving the look of his face in the gentle yellow glow. "No, I'm fine." Then she remembered that her hair was down, and she stepped quickly back, embarrassed. Yet they were to be married in a week. Surely, it was all right if he saw her hair. She swallowed nervously, but didn't move any farther away. Caleb was staring at her, his eyes taking in every detail. "Lissa," he whispered, "you're beautiful." Her breath caught and her eyes widened. "Ah, Lissa, I'm so happy." He leaned close and touched her cheek with his lips. It was so sweet, so gentle, that tears came to her eyes. "One more week. That's all." And then she surprised herself by standing on tiptoes and kissing his cheek in return. He sucked in his breath. "Lissa." She smiled at him and then waltzed around him into the bathroom. She shut the door and leaned against it in the dark. How she loved him. How she couldn't wait for the week to pass. They belonged together. She knew this from the bottom of her heart. How she could be so certain, she didn't know. But she was. She wiped the tears from her eyes. If only her parents would come to the wedding. If only they would accept what she was doing. She loved them and missed them. A wedding without her parents? Christmas without her parents? She could hardly fathom it. But her course was set. She had fallen in love, both with Caleb and with Noelle. And she knew she loved Patience as well. My new family, she thought. Chapter 25. Caleb shivered in the cold. He'd put on his heaviest coat and had wrapped the scarf his mother had knitted for him years ago around his neck. He wore thick gloves, now that the horse was hitched. He hadn't told Elizabeth or his mother where he was going. He knew it was likely a fool's errand, but he was going to try anyway. He snapped the reins and started down the road. He craned his neck to glance up at the sky. Snow looked imminent. A white Christmas was more than likely. He smiled. There was something special about snow on Christmas Day, even if it could be troublesome at times. It didn't take long to arrive at the Wittner farm. He could see light streaming from the kitchen. Bernice was up, then, likely cooking for their Christmas meal. He noted that the toy shop was dark. Of course, it would be. All the work would have been finished. He glanced toward the barn, hoping Walter was out there. Then, he wouldn't have to go to the house. But the barn was still, and he saw no lantern burning. The morning sky was lightening, though the sun couldn't be seen behind the gray clouds. He drove right to the front porch and pulled up on the reins, stopping the buggy. He climbed out and mounted the steps, knocking at the door. Walter pulled open the door. When he saw Caleb, he grimaced, but at least he didn't shut the door on him. "Good morning, Walter," Caleb said. "Merry Christmas." Walter just stared at him. Can I come in?" Walter frowned, but stepped aside. Caleb went in and shut the door behind him. "Who is it?" Bernice asked, coming in from the kitchen. When she saw Caleb, she stopped short. "What's happened? Is it Elizabeth? Is something wrong with the Bopley?" Be quiet," Walter cut her off. "Let him speak his piece and be on his way." Caleb swallowed. He looked from one to the other. Then he inhaled and began to speak. "I'm sorry to barge in like this," he said. "Elizabeth doesn't know I'm here, but I've come on her behalf." Bernice's lips trembled, which he took as a positive sign. "She misses you. Both of you." He glanced at Walter. "It would mean everything to her if you'd stop by today. Or we can come here. Whatever is best for you." "What's best for us?" Walter asked, his voice bitter. "She don't care about that." "Walter," Bernice cried, and then she bit her lip. "She does care about you. More than you know. We're to be married next week." He saw the shock on their faces, both of them. Walter looked at Bernice, and then back at him. Walter growled, "I reckon we should have expected it. You told us as much. If you would come to the wedding, we'd be right happy. It's to be on Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. At my home. There won't be many there. Hardly anyone at all. But if you—" "No," Walter said. "We won't be there." "Walter." The pleading in Bernice's eyes nearly broke Caleb's heart. "No," Walter repeated. "We won't be there." Caleb nodded slowly. "All right. But if you change your mind—" "We won't be changing our mind." Walter raised his chin. Bernice was ready to burst into tears, but she remained silent. Caleb looked at them both. "Merry Christmas," he said softly and left. All the way home, he lamented his failure to change things. He'd wanted so badly for them to come, either to Christmas or the wedding, or both. It would mean the world to Elizabeth, and they were Noel's grandparents. Every child needed her grandparents. He sighed heavily, thanked the dear Lord for his mother. Noel had her at least. He arrived back home in a somber mood, tended his horse, and went inside. The Christmas meal was delightful. Everything was delicious, and Noel was awake for the entire meal, which was surprising in itself. Patience had outdone herself with her pumpkin and apple pies, and Elizabeth was pleased with her own contribution of a delicious dressing and a cranberry salad. The turkey was moist and succulent. All in all, a complete success. If only her parents had been there with her. If only Kathryn had been there. Elizabeth shook her head. No, she couldn't think like that. It would only bring everyone down. She smiled at Caleb, who was watching her as she fed Noel at the table. "I suppose I should red up the kitchen," Patience said. "No, Ma, not yet. I'll help in a bit," Caleb told her. "But the turkey needs to be put in the refrigerator, and Ma'am, it's Christmas. Let's just sit and enjoy it for a spell." "You're right," Patience said. She looked over at Elizabeth. "I can't tell you how wonderful it is to have you and Noel with us. This is the most wonderful Christmas in a long time." "I agree," Caleb said, smiling at her warmly. "Thank you," Elizabeth said. "I can't begin to express my grat." Patience waved her words away. "Enough thanking. We could all sit here and thank each other until dusk." They all laughed. Noel spit out the nipple, and milk dribbled from the sides of her mouth. Elizabeth dabbed at the drips with the edge of her napkin. "I have something for all of you," Caleb announced. "Let me get them." "Oh," Elizabeth cried. She hadn't even thought to get gifts. How could she have forgotten something like that? "I didn't get anything." Patience clucked her tongue. Now, don't fret. We aren't much for gifts anyway, as you well know." Caleb had left and came back with 3 paper parcels, which were tied with string. He handed the first one to his mother. Elizabeth watched Patience unwrap the most delicate handkerchief she'd ever seen. "Oh, Caleb," Patience cried. "It's beautiful." He kissed her cheek and handed Elizabeth a fairly bulky parcel. "It's for Noel." She smiled up at him and then did her best to open it with one hand. It was a beautiful carved horse on wheels. Not big enough to ride on, but perfect for pushing around. "She'll love it," Elizabeth said. "It's beautiful." He flushed at her words. "Well, eventually, she'll be big enough to play with it." He then handed her a smaller parcel. She saw the excitement on his face as she unwrapped it. Inside was a beautiful carved box with a lid. It was hinged. She opened it and saw her name carved on the underside of the lid. "Lissa." "Caleb, it's lovely." She pressed it to her chest above, where Noel was snuggled against her. "I will cherish it." His flush deepened, but she could see how pleased he was with her response. They sat together, all of them, for another half-hour or so, talking about other Christmases. "Look," Elizabeth said, pointing out the window. "It's snowing." And indeed it was. "A white Christmas," Caleb said. Patience nodded. A white Christmas. The day was slow and pleasant. Caleb did help red up the kitchen. Noel took a nap in the front room on a makeshift bed of quilts. "I don't want her all the way upstairs napping on Christmas," Elizabeth had told them. She wanted Noel close that day. When the day was winding down toward dusk, they all sat in the front room around the warming fire. There was a knock on the door. "Christmas guests," Patience said with excitement. "Shall we see who it is?" She got up and went to the front door. Elizabeth couldn't see the door from where she sat, but she heard Patience's greeting, and then she heard another voice. She froze. Was that her mother? She stood and hurried to the door. There on the threshold stood Bernice Wittner, looking a bit abashed. "Ma'am, you came," Elizabeth said, rushing to her. She gave her a quick hug. "Come through. It's right cold out there." Patience said, "I'll make some tea. The kettle is already on the cook stove. It'll only be a minute." In her excitement, Elizabeth nearly pulled her mother into the front room. Upon seeing her, Caleb grinned and stood. "Welcome," he said. "Merry Christmas." They gave each other a look which Elizabeth couldn't decipher, but she didn't dwell on it. "Here, ma'am. Sit here by the stove." Bernice sat down, but her attention was on Noel, who was sleeping peacefully on the quilts. Would you like to hold her?" Elizabeth asked. Bernice pressed her lips together and seemed to be vacillating. Then she said, Ja, I would like to hold her. Elizabeth lifted the sleeping Noelle from the quilts. Noelle woke up, but she didn't cry. Elizabeth placed her in her mother's arms. Her mother's eyes filled with tears as she looked down at the child. She reached for Noelle's tiny hand and fondled it gently. She's beautiful. That she is, Elizabeth agreed softly. Patience came into the room with the steaming cups of tea. She's a beauty, that one, she said, looking at Noelle in Bernice's arms. They drank tea, except Bernice only took one sip. She was too busy holding and admiring Noelle. I can't stay long, she finally said, looking at Elizabeth. Thank you for coming. Elizabeth's voice broke at the end, but she kept herself from crying. As she watched her mother with Noelle, she didn't think she'd ever seen such a precious sight. Bernice stood up and gave the baby back to Elizabeth. Ma'am. Yeah. And dat. Bernice swallowed. Your dat, she stopped and swallowed again. Your dat will come around. He will. Just be patient. Elizabeth nodded, her heart sinking. Would he ever come around? Bernice grasped Caleb's arm as he now stood beside her. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you very much. He nodded at her and then escorted her to the door. Elizabeth followed them and waved her mother off. Caleb shut the door and turned to her. She came, he said. Elizabeth blinked back her tears. She came. And then she shifted Noelle to her shoulder and patted her back. Why did ma'am say thank you? For what? Caleb shrugged, clearly wanting to avoid answering. Caleb. He shrugged then and sighed. I went over there this morning. When you and ma'am were busy in the kitchen, I went over to invite your folks to come today and to come next week to the wedding. Elizabeth stared at him. Did you? I hope that was all right. I know how much you want them to be part of all of this. All right? She asked, marveling at this dear, dear man. It is more than all right. Thank you, Caleb. He gently grasped both of her shoulders, looking deeply into her eyes. You are welcome, Lissa. I love you, Caleb. She said the words with her entire being. She felt the truth of them burn through her with joy and peace and eagerness. She would have never guessed that her decision to keep Noelle would lead her to such a blessed man who was soon to be her husband. Gratitude welled within her with such strength that she trembled. And I love you right back, he said. Epilogue. It's now June. The crops were put in last month, and we're starting to see them sprout up nicely. There's nothing prettier than the fresh green of a new crop. We've had a lot of rain this season, but not too much, thank the good Lord. No flooding or lost seeds, which has the farmers rejoicing. Noelle is 6 months old now. Oh, but you've never seen a cuter child. She sits up and claps her hands and chatters away. Of course, she's not saying a thing. Caleb chuckles and says she's going to be quite a talker once she figures out real words. His eyes shine whenever he looks at her. She is pure joy to him, as she is to all of us. Patience is a wonderful grandmother. And when she plays peekaboo by hiding behind a quilt, Noelle giggles and giggles and giggles. Truth be told, you can't help but be happy in Noelle's presence. She got her first tooth just last week. It's barely through her lower gum, but Caleb considers it a huge accomplishment. I have to chuckle when I watch him praising her for something she had nothing to do with. This Friday, Caleb and I will have been married 6 months. Half a year. Goodness, but it has flown by. I knew I loved Caleb when we were wed. At that time, my feelings were intertwined so tightly with gratitude that I couldn't tell where one stopped and the other took over. I still feel that gratitude, but now my love for him has grown so overwhelming that I can only marvel at it. Sometimes, when he isn't watching me, I look at him and admiration fills me to the point of bursting. Caleb is so wonderful, so handsome and strong and full of goodness and love and fun. Sometimes he gets discouraged when he looks at how much money we still need to pay off his father's debts. I have taken to making Amish dolls again in my spare moments. There's a local shop where I sell them. Not for my father, not anymore, which is sad. Still, I've been able to contribute a tidy sum to the household, which Caleb doesn't expect but appreciates. I reckon we'll get that debt paid off one day, and then we'll have a real celebration. Ma'am comes by at least once a week. I've offered to bring Noelle to her, but she says Dat needs more time. More time for what? I can't say anymore. If he was going to change his mind and welcome us, wouldn't he have done so by now? Truth be told, it hurts me, but I choose not to think on it much. On preaching Sundays, I can't help but dream he'll come across the barn to see Noelle and me. maybe say a word or two. But it never happens. Caleb says that will still change his mind. He says that to comfort me, but I'm having a harder and harder time believing it. Even so, my life is joyful. I think of Kathryn often, wondering where she is, what she's doing. We've never heard from her. I pray she's safe and happy wherever she is. She gave me the greatest gift possible in Noel, and I hope one day she'll return and meet our precious Noel again. Of course, I see Stephen on preaching Sundays. That's really the only time I do see him. He doesn't greet me or acknowledge me or Noel in any way, which is odd. But it's all right. I'm sure he's still dealing with the aftermath of his own choices. I wonder sometimes whether he regrets what he did. I wonder if he wishes he'd handled things differently. Now, I only feel a sense of pity for him. I do pray for him when he comes to mind. Patience wanted to move back to the Dottie house once Caleb and I were married. I didn't want her to. I love having her with us in the big house. Caleb was of the same mind. Patience finally agreed, too, and in truth, I think she was pleased. But she teases me that when I'm in the family way, she'll move out there to give us more room. I told her I'll need her more than ever when that day comes, and she isn't going anywhere. She's become a second mother to me, and I couldn't love her more. I do anticipate the day when I will be full with Caleb's child. I expect it to be soon, and I know Caleb will be over the moon when it happens. A little sister or brother for Noel will be warmly welcomed, for sure and for certain. In the meantime, our days have fallen into a precious rhythm. Chores both inside and outside, meals, playtime with Noel, quiet evenings, and then sleep. Perfect. I am deeply content. The end. Thank you for listening to this heartwarming story by Brenda Maxfield. You can be assured that all her books are clean and wholesome. To find other romances by Brenda Maxfield, as well as the other authors at Tika House Publishing, visit www.tikahousepublishing.com. Remember to hit like and subscribe, and we will see you in the next Brenda Maxfield Amish romance.